Studies and Welfare, and Ms. Ayomide Abiola, who is the member of the Studies and Welfare team. A round of applause for them. Thank you. So now I'm going to call onto the stage the president of this year's chapter of the NUASA PAU. Please welcome Nnamdi Amechi.
Good morning to all esteemed guests, distinguished panelists, our dearest faculty members, alumni, and my fellow students present here today. My name is Christopher Amechi, as earlier mentioned, and I have been given the privilege to serve as this year's president of the Nigerian Universities Accounting Students Association, Pan-Atlantic University chapter. And it is with great honor and delight that on our behalf, I warmly welcome you all to this summit today, themed Meeting the Professionals, Accounting, Opportunities, and Growth. We are truly honored to have such accomplished professionals, mentors, and leaders of industry with us today. Your presence here means a great deal to us because it represents something very powerful. It represents the willingness of experienced professionals to invest time and resources in shaping the future generations. The NUASA PAU chapter exists for a simple but important reason: to create a community where accounting students can grow within and beyond the classroom. While our lecturers teach us the principles of accounting with the IFRS standards and whatnot, NUASA strives to expose students to the real world of the profession, to its challenges, its opportunities, and the people who make meaningful impacts through it. Our goal is to develop students who are not only technically competent, but also thoughtful, ethical, and forward-thinking professionals. This summit was born from that very vision. As students preparing to enter a dynamic and constantly evolving profession, we recognize that the world of accounting today goes far beyond ledgers and financial statements. Corporate governance, regulation, and leadership. And because of that, we believed it was important to create a platform where students could hear directly from professionals who are shaping the industry. Today's theme, Meeting the Professionals, Accounting, Opportunities, and Growth, captures exactly what this gathering is about. This gathering is about learning from experience. It is about connection, and most importantly, it's about helping students see the many different paths that a career in accounting can offer. Throughout the day, our conversations will explore 4 very key dimensions of the profession. In the first session, we will discuss trust is currency, careers built on credibility. In the world of audits, assurance, and financial reporting, trust is the foundation of everything we do as accountants. Organizations, investors, the public rely on accountants to provide clarity, accuracy, and confidence in financial information. This session reminds us that integrity is not just a value, but it is the very currency that sustains our profession. In the second, we turn our focus to where the big decisions are made. This panel will explore the role accountants play in corporate finance and financial services, where financial expertise directly influences strategy, management, investment decision, and the future direction of organizations. It highlights how accountants are not only record keepers, but also key advisors and decision makers in the business world. Our penultimate session, titled When the Law Meets Money, will take us into the fascinating space of taxation, regulation, and compliance advisory. Here, we will see how accounting interacts with legal frameworks, public policy, critical role in ensuring that business operates responsibly and transparently. And for our final session, we will look towards challenging traditional career paths. This conversation will focus on strategic leadership and the many unconventional directions that accounting careers can take. Increasingly, accountants are becoming entrepreneurs, consultants, executives, innovators, and thought leaders. This session reminds us that the profession is not limited by tradition, but it is shaped by creativity, leadership, and vision. But beyond the conversations that we will be having today, this summit represents something of great importance to me. It represents a high degree of student initiative. Because events like this do not happen by accident, and events like this do not happen by chance. They happen because a group of students, a group of very passionate students, decided that learning should extend beyond the lecture hall. They happen because members of NUASA PAU believe that exposure, mentorship, and conversation are essential parts of professional growth. So to all my fellow students present here, and everybody in general, I urge you to make the most of this activity. When you can, ask questions, listen attentively, engage with our speakers, introduce yourself to people, build connections, expand your network. For the relationships and the knowledge you gather today can shape your career tomorrow and beyond. To our esteemed panelists and all of our faculty members alongside all our special guests, I once again would like to appreciate your presence here, because taking time out today must not have been easy. And I once again welcome you to the 2026 NUASA Summit. Thank you.
Thank you for that beautiful speech, Nnamdi. Next, we have the opening remarks, and I'd like to call on the Dean of the School of Management and Social Sciences, Pan-Atlantic University, Mrs. Professor Shola Oni. Good morning, Ma.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, panelists, faculty members, and our students, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I warmly welcome you to the first summit of the Nigerian Universities Accounting Students Association Pan-Atlantic University chapter. It's a gathering that has been intentionally organized to inform, inspire, and transform. The summit is evidence of a commitment to growth, excellence, and the pursuit of professional mastery in the fields of accounting and finance, as the association has brought together some of the finest minds shaping the present and future of the profession. To all our invited guests and panelists, thank you very much for making the time to be here. Your presence and insights will make a lasting impact. To our students, thank you for coming and for showing up with curiosity, ambition, and the desire to elevate yourselves and your future careers. At this stage of your academic journey, exposure is really important. Yes, the lectures are important, the theories are important. It's important to go through articles, through textbooks, because they explain concepts and they give you knowledge. But exposure gives you context and can help you reveal how these concepts live and breathe in organizations. As accounting and finance students, this early exposure is important. You know this because you've all been exposed to internships and industry visits. And it's important because it shapes your confidence, sharpens your judgment, and helps you to interpret numbers because you are stepping into the real world environment regularly and engaging with practitioners. It means that you're looking at numbers not just as data, but as stories, business decisions, and human behavior. Right, we're aware that you are in an industry that is being rapidly disrupted and shaped by digital transformation, by analytics, sustainability reporting, and new regulatory landscapes. So you know that exposure is no longer just an option, it is essential. And gatherings like this summit bridge the gap between classroom learning and the professional world waiting for you. Pan-Atlantic University has long been committed to developing graduates who are not only academically strong, but are also professionally astute. We do this through rigorous curricula, industry-aligned teaching, continuous faculty development, and experiential learning opportunities. This helps us to ensure that students receive both intellectual formation and practical grounding. So yes, previous speaker was talking about the fact that they're in classroom for theories. No, not just theories. Experiential learning is very much part of it. So we aim to produce graduates who can think critically, communicate effectively, and uphold the highest ethical standards so that they can contribute meaningfully from day one in the workplace. This we regularly hear about with the positive feedback we get when we make internship visits, and also when we hear from workplaces that have employed our graduates. In spaces like this summit, you can clearly see that that commitment is in action, where industry and academia meet, collaborate, and co-create value for you, the next generation of professionals. And so our students, and all other students that are present today, I encourage you to seek clarity, insight, inspiration, and ask all those questions that are important to you. You have a good opportunity today to meet leaders who have built careers across diverse sectors. They can be mentors because they understand the realities of a profession. They're people who once sat where you sit now, and they're willing to guide, challenge, and support you. Make sure that you take advantage of that access. So do take notes, exchange contacts, ask for advice, and take the time to build relationships. To our distinguished panelists and guests, thank you once again for your generosity in sharing your time, your experience, and also your wisdom. Every insight that you share, every example that you offer, every story that you tell has the potential to redirect a path, to ignite ambition, or to strengthen a student's resolve. We appreciate the role you will play in forming the next generation of accountants, finance experts, tax experts, analysts, and also business leaders. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for contributing to a community of excellence. Welcome once again to the summit, and let the conversations begin.
Thank you, Professor Shola, for that amazing speech. Can we put our hands together for her again? Okay, so we are supposed to have a special address by Mesoma Christabel Ilekuba, but unfortunately she can't be with here with us here today. So I'm going to be reading her profile because it is well deserved. She is a distinguished chartered accountant and a strategic leader with a first-class degree in accounting. As a director of strategy and operations at Cedric Masters Group, she drives organizational efficiency and business development. A visionary leader, she is the president emeritus of NUASA PAU chapter, where she is credited with transforming the association with a nationally recognized platform for accounting students. Can we put our hands together for her? Recognized for her poise and ethical leadership, Mesoma is a dedicated mentor committed to youth capacity building. She is widely regarded as a rising authority among the next generation of African business leaders, consistently bridging the gap between academic excellence and high-impact institutional growth. Ladies and gentlemen, Mesoma Christabel Elekuba. Thank you. So now, before we go on to the next thing, do we really know why we are here? Like, can anyone raise their hands and tell us why we are here? Okay, so I'm going to be picking. Funke, are you ready? Yeah, so I'll be going into the crowd to be picking people to tell us why we are here, because we need to know if we are making the impact we are supposed to be making. So, Funke, please, can you go into the crowd for me, please? Thank you. So if you don't raise your hands, she'll pick you, or I'll pick you from here.
Hello.
To gain knowledge and experience on the guest speakers, like they are here for career purposes.
That was really good. Thank you.
Can you put your hands together for her? She raised her hands. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anyone else? I think I should pick this time. Okay, thank you. Please, a round of applause for us. Thank you, because we are here to get insight. We are here to, be impacted positively. So, now we are going to be having an acknowledgement of our sponsors. So, sit back for a few minutes break and you shall see the sponsors. Thank you.
We should go and do what? How? Let me ask first. Commercial break.
walk into Cedric Autos, you're not just choosing a vehicle, you are walking into a system built to deliver confidence. In a country where many import, we assemble. At Cedric Autos, we made a decision not to just sell vehicles, but to build them. We assemble them here in Nigeria for our roads, for our institutions, and for our businesses. Our rail buses and our Jim Isuzu pickup truck, built with purpose, built for performance. We produce, we sell, we maintain, we finance, and when you're ready for an upgrade, we offer trading. This isn't just automotive, this is industrial responsibility. When serious institutions need serious vehicles, they choose the source. Jim Isuzu pickup truck, strong for work, smooth for life.
At Cedric Autos, we understand one simple truth, that mobility is the backbone of progress. And that is why we have gone to a very large extent to create some of the most exciting automobile models for the Nigerian market, ranging from our Jim Isuzu pickup trucks to our Roa buses to our electric vehicles. We have been able to innovate a lifestyle evolving automobile product that meets the demand of the African market and the African consumer. The individuals who sign up on any of our products have the opportunity to create a lasting relationship that goes beyond just vehicles. It goes to the point where we are able to introduce you to the dynamics of the technology that drives both the comfort, the ruggedity, and the utility of the vehicles in the modern market. As an indigenous automobile company, we have attained a level where we can proudly say that at Cedric Autos, we completely understand the need of the Nigerian consumer. We have a thriving and fully equipped SKD factory, which guarantees our customers enjoy a lot of after-sales service and are able to claim their warranties as it applies to any of the models that they purchase from us. We are going a step further to introduce electric vehicles, and our electric vehicles are going to become not just a dominant player, but also very affordable for the Nigerian consumer. Here is introducing the Cedric Masters 2025 model of the all-new Jim Isuzu pickup truck. This truck is built leveraging a partnership between Jiangxi Isuzu Motors in China and adopting the technology, the advanced technology of the Japanese automobile industry, and of course, combining the resilience and the ruggedity of the Nigerian market and mentality. Welcome to the experience.
This is not just a...
Okay. Thank you. So now we are going into the first panel session of this event, and the topic is on trust is currency, audit and assurance, financial reporting. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I need the energy in the room. So I am going to be calling on the panelists for this session. The first panelist, we have Dr. Lawrence Tochukwu Moses, who is the Internal Audit Manager at Bristol Helicopters. A round of applause for him as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you. Dr. Lawrence Moses is a distinguished financial leader and the sole African member of the Global Audit Management Team at Bristol Helicopters, where he oversees audit operations across Africa, Europe, and the Americas. A fellow of ICANN and a graduate of the Lagos Business School, SMP, his expertise spans senior roles in oil and gas, telecommunications, and investment management, frequently reporting directly to the board of directors. In addition to his corporate leadership as a senior partner at Lawrence Akinwale & Co., Dr. Moses is a prominent academic. He holds a PhD in accounting, publishes in high-ranking international journals, and serves as a volunteer lecturer for master's and PhD programs. A sought-after resource person for ICANN and ACCA, he facilitates global executive trainings in financial reporting, compliance, and strategic management. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lawrence Tochukwu Moses. A round of applause for him. Our next panelist, Mr. Tajuddin Adewale Olayinka, is a distinguished chartered accountant, tax expert, and data analytics professional with over 30 years of experience across the oil and gas, financial, and public sectors. Currently serving as the honorary treasurer of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, which is the ICANN. He provides strategic leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him as he makes his way to the stage. He provides strategic leadership in financial governance and digital transformation. He is also a tax appeal commissioner for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a ministerial appointment reflecting his deep mastery of fiscal policy and regulation. As managing partner of Tajuddin Adewale Olayinka & Co., he leads a multidisciplinary firm specializing in audit, taxation, and risk management. Mr. Olayinka integrates traditional financial expertise with advanced training in data science and AI. He further contributes to the profession as chairman of the board of trustees for the ICANN-B Innovation Hub, driving data-driven excellence across Africa's economic landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Mr. Tajuddin Adewale Olayinka. And please, as I call the rest of the panelists, I know we've eaten this morning, so we are good to go. Please put your hands together for them. Okay? Okay? Very good. Now, on to the third panelist, we have Mrs. Bukola Moreni-Keji, who is the head of quality assurance and compliance at Goldwins. A round of applause for her. She makes her way to the stage. Bukola Moreni-Keji leads the quality assurance and compliance group at Goldwins, where she is responsible for upholding the firm's rigorous standards of professional excellence and ethical integrity. A specialist in quality control methodologies and regulatory oversight, she ensures all engagements meet the highest industry benchmarks for reliability. With a foundational background as a treasury and fund officer in the pension industry, Bukola brings a strategic data-driven perspective to risk management and internal controls. Today, she drives the firm's commitment to service excellence by monitoring compliance and implementing robust ethical frameworks across all operations. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for her. Thank you. Now, on to the next, we have Mrs. Amara Odunwa, who is the Senior Manager of Audit and Assurance at Deloitte. Please, a round of applause, a resounding round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. Thank you. I love the energy. She is a first-class accounting graduate from Covenant University, who is in the building here today. Exactly. And an associate member of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA. Currently serving as a senior manager at Deloitte, she specializes in consumer business sector, managing large-scale audit engagements for a diverse portfolio of multinational and local clients. Throughout her tenure, Amara has lent her expertise to the media, technology, logistics, and agro-industrial sectors, focusing on financial reporting and internal control optimization. Known for her analytical precision and leadership, she bridges the gap, between complex regulatory, requirements, and practical business insights to drive excellence in every engagement. Can we put our hands together for all the panelists, please? We are so glad to have you here, and we are hoping to receive a lot of impact from you today. Now, this session is going to be moderated by 2 final year students who are ACA qualified. Please put your hands together for Funke Robiat Tayo and Oluwafemi Totoya as they make their way to the stage. Thank you. Now, the panel session shall begin.
Good morning, everyone, once again. We are so thrilled to have you here today. I hope the ride here wasn't too stressful. I know it can be quite far. No, okay. So it's really a pleasure to have this, grounded professionals in the room here with us today. And I really can't wait to see the illuminating session we present, to our students today.
Absolutely. As the theme implies, this session is about instilling students with the value of trust and how it's important in the audit and corporate reporting profession across your different industry. Credibility is at the core of what you guys do, which leads to my first question, which I'd like Ms. Amara to answer. Could you briefly share a defining moment in your career early on, whereby you realized that people rely on your professional judgment and how that has shaped your approach to your work going forward?
Thank you. So, earlier in my career, I currently work with one of the big fours, and once you come in, it's more or less you are fresh. However, as an auditor, which I did not bargain for, because that was not what I wanted to do when I put in my application. It was more or less like you come in. For any of the financial statements you see out there, it's not one person that has put in the work. At the forefront, you obviously have the signing partner, which would, of course, issue the opinion. However, he doesn't sign that financial statement without having a team to back him up. So we'll typically go to the field. Most times, just before COVID, we would typically, once we start the audit, go to the client's office, and then we're working on all of it. Now, I'm an associate, one of the most junior team member. I had some sections allocated to me, and in my mind, I was really just doing my best. Nobody really prepares you for what you see. Whatever you see, you just know that you have a job to do and you have to deliver on it. So my partner had come in that day to review my work. I had a manager, I had an assistant manager, so I did not think he was going to ask me, to come and answer the questions he had, because, for the work to have gotten to him, people, my senior, my assistant manager, my manager would have looked at it. But he came in and he said, "Oh, who has worked on long-term receivables?" I came up and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's my work paper." And he had some issues with the work done, and he was asking questions. I was just so confused. I'm like, how am I supposed to answer these questions? So I said, okay, this is what the client had said to me. This is what they had given me and all. He said, okay, I understand that. Tell them you need this. Tell them you need that. I said, no problems. I went back to the client and I asked for, the additional supporting documents I needed. And the client laughed out loud. Like, he literally laughed and said, maybe you should make your way to the 9th floor. Wow. So I said to myself, the truth about it is someone somewhere has given me something to work on.
Yes.
The truth is that is not what I needed, right? And whatever it is that I had documented there was obviously not sufficient because the person wasn't even in the place to give me what I needed. And it just made me realize that, you know what, whatever account balance you see on any financial statements that you see out there, just know that a lot of work has been put into, validating those numbers. And even if you're the most junior team member, even if as much as 5 million naira in a financial statement, right, you just know that if you have to be assigned the task to work on it, you must diligently, because whoever needs to look at the financial statement, once it's out to the public, you know that, the person should be able to rely on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Olainka, can I have your perspective on this question?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
You see, audit and assurance is a segment of the accounting profession. And it is advised as a student, as a young accountant, that you should start your practice or your training from audit, assurance, and financial reporting. I recollect that building my credibility in the profession started with the opportunity given to me as a junior auditor. In that space, my attention to details, the observations that I was able to come up with, my findings and the reports that I wrote as a young auditor actually accelerated my progress in the career. So it's a very beautiful place to start with. Usually, the experience is the same. When you come into that space as a junior auditor, you are likely going to start with review of revenues, expenses, tracking, and all that. So your ability to come up with observations, because all these things, they tie into the audit conclusion. When you work as audit team, your observation goes a long way in the opinion that is arrived at the end of the audit. So my experience as a young auditor was very helpful, and as a result of those things that I came up with, so I found out that in a very short while, I started supervising others, and along the line, I have a very, very, very good progress. And that impacted on what my managers did. It ended up in the final report, what we call management letters, and ultimately led into even the adjustment of the financial statement. So those experiences are very vital. And when we moved on to the industry, the experience that we gathered from that space also helped us to be able to make more impact in the industry, in how we're able to lead the organization to make the desired progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olainka. I'd actually like to, continue from there. So, drawing from your extensive experience in audit, assurance, risk management, alongside your leadership positions in these roles, you've been privy to, have experienced the balance between practice and oversight. So, drawing from this vantage point, do you think Nigeria's regulatory and standard-setting institutions shape the credibility and quality of audit reports and financial reporting today? And have you, noticed any notable shifts between enforcement and expectations in recent years?
Okay, the fact of the matter now is that the regulatory environment is getting stronger. It's much better. And the regulators are aware of this. The Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, for example, had to amend their act in 2023 So the gray areas have been addressed. So they have more powers to carry out inspection and enforcement now. Their tone is stronger and is actually shaping the effectiveness of audit, the quality of audit that are carried out. Financial Reporting Council is the primary regulator for audit, assurance, and reporting generally. Then you have others, sector-specific regulators like Central Bank, SEC, Security Exchange Commission, NICOM, that's the Insurance Commission. Then you also have some other regulators like the professional accountancy bodies. ICANN is one of them. And all these put together, they shape the audit practice. And so they make auditors to comply with standards in carrying out the audit. Because by the theme of our discussion, it's all about trust. The economy rises and falls based on the trust. And we are the practitioners are the ones that give that trust to the public. Governments make their decision, their planning on the financial reports or the annual reports that are out there. The tax authorities also make their own decision. They do their planning. Businesses also, rely on that. Generally, the reports that come from that space is relied on one way. The banks also do the same. So it's getting better. The space is getting better. The regulators are also very strong in terms of effort. The rules are also coming out because any infractions, the Financial Reporting Council particularly, they are sanctioning. In addition to that, the professional accounting bodies like ICANN, before now used to issue licenses to practitioners, just a live license. So once you apply, they give you a practicing license that you use for the entire time of your career throughout life. But they have reviewed that. And today, if ICANN will give you a license, they will give you a license for only 3 years. And within that period, you are expected to comply with some, training, standard, ethical, and some other inspection. So all this put together is helping the space and also is helping to reduce audit failure. And that is the most important thing. And also building the credibility of that profession and also this space generally. And it's also applied not only in Nigeria, it's going very well. The standards are getting better. This system or the ecosystem is getting more similar. And I think, the space is good.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm still going to keep going from there, but this question is directed to Ms. Bukola. You're known to be a quality assurance and compliance expert, and we know that the audit requirements, you are quite literally, responsible for ensuring that these audit quality rather meets the requirements. So do you think these regulatory expectations translate into the day-to-day audit quality? And just as I asked, are there any gaps you've noticed between expectation and practice?
Okay. So good morning, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here. So for me, yes, I would just like to concentrate on FRC now and most of the new updates that they've been given. So we see that they've moved towards thought leadership. It's not like professionals and audit firms are just moving like zombies. Now you actually have to think, you have to be strategic, and I think that's very important. The movement to thought leadership. Now they organize, there's a lot of workshops, seminars. You've got professionals, experts, and companies coming together to see, what's best for the practice, what's best for the economy and the financial industry as a whole. And I think this has been really helpful. Another important thing to note as I do quality management is in 2022, we pivoted from ISQC to ISQM. This is also one area that FRC has been very strategic about. So you are expected to keep a system of quality management, right, that ensures that all the reports that you produce as a firm can actually be trusted. So this is very, very important. Quality, let me just do like a quick rundown. Quality control before was all about checklists. That will be, for example, when you're starting out your career, okay, maybe they say, go to this client, do this and do that. All you go on with is like a checklist. Okay, my manager said I should do this, I've done this, tick. They said I should do this, I've done this, tick. But when you move to quality management, this takes more of like a risk-based approach. You begin to think like a leader. Now you're starting with the risk. For example, say a client comes and says, oh, we want you to audit our company, but then we have 3 weeks. The time is short. We are short on time. How do you start the audit? Checklists definitely won't be the way for you to go. What could possibly go wrong should be the question you're asking. You're looking at every angle. Everybody should brainstorm together. What are the things that could go wrong? It is then that you go ahead to use checklists as your tools. Now, they are no longer in like the driver's seat. You're using them as tools, which is what they should be in the first place. So FRCN has actually gone ahead to ask firms now, yearly you are required to publish your transparency reports. You can check online for that, for most firms. And essentially, it's just you saying to people, I mean, come see our production lines. Come see how all the reports that we publish, what goes into it, so that you can actually, this actually helps to bolster the trust that people, players in the industry actually have in us. As we all know that this industry, we are like the gatekeepers, really. Not whistleblowers, I won't like to say whistleblowers, but I mean, we are like the gatekeepers. Everybody expects that, I mean, when you do an audit, you are expected to be thorough and to do it with the highest level of professional integrity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that.
That was very enlightful, Ms. Bokola. My next question is also directed to you. As a member of ACC and head of quality assurance and compliance at Goldwins, you are first-hand seeing how professional qualifications have shaped one's career. But beyond passing this ICANN professional exam, how has becoming a chartered accountant influenced your professional judgment, credibility, and ability to maintain audit quality?
Okay, so I will try to be as down to earth as possible. For me, I completed my ACCA even before I started working.
Wow.
So for me, there was a little bit of disconnect. You know, the way you learn theory, it's always theory, and what actually happens in real life. But I mean, when I got into the audit profession, I was able to see that most of all those things I was learning were actually, they were important. So that's actually one area I would like to encourage everyone. Don't cram, don't read to pass. I know we are all, most of us should be doing ICANN and ACCA, and I know it seems like, okay, maybe I'm happy on this, but don't just read to pass. Actually understand why you do what you do. I think that's also a major problem that we have in this generation. You know, you just do things because you are told to do it. Why are you doing it? Why is this thing like this? Why do I have to apply this way? I think that is very important. One thing that I really got to understand the importance of is standards. When I began to work in the audit profession, your standards. I mean, when I was fresh in the audit industry, I mean, everybody knows IFRS 15. Yeah, everybody knows IFRS 15. I mean, that was about the only standard I was really familiar with. But then working in the audit space, I mean, I got to be very familiar with it. And yes, it is important for you to have certifications, but skills, having skills is also equally important. I've seen people with certifications, but they can't exactly defend those certifications. So that's where you will have a problem. Fine, you might get in. Okay, maybe you have ICANN, I have a first class. I mean, I did top in my class. But then, yeah, all that is cool. But when you get to the workspace, what can you do? That's what everybody is really looking out for. What can you do? How can you set yourself apart? What can you do differently? So I think, yes, it is important for you to have certifications, but honing your skills too is very, very important.
Which skills do you suggest we should learn? Ms. Bukola, which skills do you advise us to learn in order to make us more valuable?
Which what?
Which skills?
Okay. I think one very good skill is communication. Work on your communication. You will communicate a lot with clients, with your team members. You want to ensure that when you're speaking, people actually understand what you're saying and they can actually glean insights from what you're saying. You're not just going all over the place. Then also confidence. I think that's one thing we don't teach enough in Nigerian schools. They do that a lot abroad. I mean, you see people that don't even have as much knowledge as you, but they are confident. So confidence does a lot in the workspace. Be confident. You might have knowledge, but if you're not confident, everybody is thinking, does she really know what she's doing? And all of that. But when you are confident and you have knowledge, believe me, that's going to get you very, very far in the workspace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very nice. Thank you very much. Dr. Moses, hi. With your combination of ACCA and ICANN, would you say holding multiple qualifications propels one in the audit workspace?
Well, the accounting profession generally is one. Whether you have ACCA or you have ICANN, you are still learning the same thing. The difference is that if you want to practice in the UK, for example, you'll be required to have ACCA, but you're learning the same IFRS standard, for example. If you want to practice in the US, you'll be talking about CPA and all of that. So whether you have ICANN combined with ACCA, combined with several other qualifications, what matters is competence. That's the first thing. You may have multiple qualifications and you are not competent in any. At the end of the day, when you move into the industry itself naturally will flush you out. It's good to have several qualifications. Like for myself, I have, this knowledge about finance generally. I have knowledge about securities and investments because I wrote CISI in the UK and all of that. I did all that to gather knowledge. And it helps so much in the audit profession. Once you go into the audit profession, there are some spaces where you get to and discussions are ongoing. If you are not knowledgeable in those areas as an auditor, you will likely need an expert who will come in to listen. But if you're knowledgeable in those areas, it becomes easy for you to contribute, and that boosts the trust between the management and yourself. So that increases the trust and the reliability they place on any advice that you give them. You understand? So it's good, it helps, but we should not just focus on that. Let's take it as a tool to have vast knowledge so that when you now come into the accounting profession, you'll be very vast in terms of deliverables and you'll be needed everywhere. That is the main thing. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Dr. Moses. But I'd like us to continue from there still. We have these certifications, and like Ms. Bukola mentioned, they are largely theoretical. And as the team lead, audit team lead at Bristol Helicopters, you've seen firsthand how technology has reshaped or aided the audit profession. So I'd like to ask, do you think technology, the advent of technology, introduction of automation, AI, data analytics, is it aiding the industry or reshaping the industry? And what competencies, digital competencies now, do you think are non-negotiable for us young leaders here today?
Thank you. Very interesting question. The first thing that I will emphasize on is this. IT has come to stay, whether you like it or not. And with the trend of things, very soon you get to an office and you will not see papers anymore. So you have to make sure that you are aligned. In Bristol Helicopters, for example, we have decided to embrace AI, and it has been helping us so much. Okay, when my profile was being read, you heard that I manage audit in the US, in the UK, in Asia, in Europe, everywhere. From Nigeria, sometimes I go over there and all of that. But how do I do that? I'll give you a perfect example. I was entering a class to lecture some PhD students, and I got a request, an urgent request from, the audit board. We call them audit board, that I need to do something very urgent. And there were about 3 million transactions. And we needed to just test only 5 samples. Ordinarily, traditionally, I will go to Excel. I will say, let me use a random calculator to do that. And random calculator will just pick up 25 for me, for example. But we have noticed in Bristol over time that random calculator, the results sometimes may not be exactly representative of the whole population. So if you use Copilot, for example, and you ask Copilot to choose 25 samples for you from 3 million transactions, you will see that within a second, Copilot will give you 25 samples. And if you, as an auditor, sit down to look at those 25 samples, you will conclude that they are real key areas of the 3 million numbers of transactions. And why am I saying this? If you are an auditor and you have decided to pay, less attention to information technology, to artificial intelligence, to blockchain, to all of that, very soon they will leave you behind because you won't be able to do the audit as expected. And also, the world is becoming a global village. I'm in Nigeria here. I have auditees in Asia, I have in America, I have in US. I can't do that without leveraging on information technology. So one key skill that is non-negotiable for anybody who wants to practice in audits, in Nigeria as of today, is your knowledge of information technology. Any firm that does not embrace it very soon will go into extinction because IT is the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. I just like to, compliment that as students, it actually aids our productivity. So when we hear things like, oh, it's seen as being lazy or, skipping the hard work, like, I think, and I'm like, I was much more productive when I, adopted AI or adopted technology in doing this particular task and activity. So I'd really love to compliment that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, just one more thing. In academics, for example, use of AI, you need to be careful. Okay? Because I understand where you're going. If you sit down in your hostel and you prepare a project using AI and you give that to your professor, I'm sure Professor Shola will throw it out. Am I correct, ma'am? Excellent. So when you come to the world of academics, I delivered a paper sometime 3 weeks ago or so in Unilag, and most of the professors, it was war. They faced me and they told me AI is good, but we can never allow students to just use AI to run projects. But I told them, I said there are some areas that AI will help you in your project analysis and all of that. But the work you are supposed to do when you come to academics, you need to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So it's not just about using AI, it's about using AI wisely. Thank you so much. So audit is often referred to as a box-ticking activity only done for regulatory purposes. People don't usually see the value in audit beyond just the audit report. So how do you change the perception? How does audit actually create value beyond this? Yes.
Thank you. So, I think practically, let's go practical. When you come as an auditor, it looks like you are the enemy. So what is audit, right? You're telling me that 2026 years running at the moment? No, let's use 2025. So we finished 2025, and by Tuesday, all PLCs, except, of course, there's a reason why, every single public listed entity in Nigeria must have their financial statement published, right? And I mean, you're just really saying that in 365 days, all of the transactions that has happened, every single thing a company has gone through, or even a group of companies have gone through, in less than 3 months, an auditor needs to come in, check what it is that has happened, and issue an audit opinion, right? Whether a modified opinion or, an unqualified opinion. So most often than not, right, people tend to see auditors as a police, right? They've come again, they've come again and all of it. So even when you're trying to, have conversations with these people, they're just like, auditor, your own is too much and all. But I think practically, audit is really about people have put trust in me, and I'm just here to do my work and also add value to whatever company or organization. Personally, that's the mindset I go with. Whether a one-man business, whether a group of companies, whether a very small audit. I currently have a client that has an office, like their office is literally in Computer Village, right? But that business is in Computer Village. I'm sure when you think about it, you're like, Computer Village. Exactly. But the truth is, I have a job to do. And what's the job? I'm there to add value to that client. I have reviewed, the processes. We don't come to tick, this number, you said you made 2 billion revenue, 2 billion revenue. That's not really what audit is. It's bigger than that. It's really a case where I come in as an auditor and I'm saying you have, completed the 2025 financial year, and I really just want to check what your processes are like. So I'm not looking at just the numbers. One of the panelists mentioned Financial Reporting Council. And one of the very big things happening in that space is, in terms of the controls over financial reporting, how are companies faring? We all know that, as long as, you have a business, there is really that question of what could go wrong. So the question is, what controls have you put in place to just ensure that nothing goes wrong? And if there's anything that would go wrong, you actually have a control in place to actually pick that exception. That is part of what we look at. We are really there to add value. Whenever we have an audit, so in my own company, we typically would meet with the client. We call it a pre-audit meeting. And one of the things we communicate to the client is, we really have audited you last year for our recurring clients, right? But the truth about it is, whenever I go to a client, I don't think you can be 100%. If I don't have a management letter point, and that is basically an observation, I most likely have not done a good job for you, and I make my clients hold me accountable. So at the end of every audit, it's my responsibility as an auditor to say, these are the observations I had. I'm not calling you out, right? I have some clients that, because you most likely need to also present it to the board, they most likely would call you and they're really begging. And the question is, what are we begging for? I'm not reporting you. I'm basically just saying, these are observations I have noticed, right? These are the risks that if these things, or if these observations that, I have noticed, if they are not fixed, these are the risks the company lies to take. And this is basically my recommendation. Now, as an auditor, I can't force my recommendation down the company's throat. I just have that responsibility to say, this is what I have seen, and this is a better way of doing it, right? And this is what you stand to gain from doing it. So I'm not reporting the management that would typically handle the day-to-day. And I think that's really the mindset shift that people need to have. As auditors, we're not there to have a checklist, like she said, and just tick the box. We're there to basically add value. And the only way you can actually have value is actually having that mindset shift. I'm not a policewoman. I'm not there to police anybody. I'm not there to make people lose their job. I once had a client that called me in the night, and he said, Amara, you're meeting the board tomorrow. You clearly don't want me to have a job after that meeting. And I'm like, okay, why are we saying this? I don't want your job. I do not want your job. So why are we saying this? And he's like, all those observations, I can't have a job after the meeting. And I said, well, I'm going to be the one presenting to the board. I think you should just leave it to me, right? And let's see if you have a job afterwards. But one thing I'm not going to do is to say I'm not going to tell the board my observations and my recommendations as a representative of Deloitte. I won't do that. So I think it's really just a mindset shift, and just to know that as auditors, we're more or less like independent people coming to see what happens in companies and basically add value to them.
So how do we change this mindset shift from audits being policemen and box ticking activities to the actual value creating function it is? How do we change? How do you better communicate what audit is, not as policemen or policewomen, but as value creating function?
Okay, so personally, I'm sure, people, for most of the clients I manage as a manager, there is one thing that must happen before we start up the audit and before my team moves into the field. We must have a meeting. And in that meeting, we would talk to the client, we hear from them what has happened. And then we have an engagement team-based meeting. And what happens in that meeting is, like I said earlier, you have the signing partner as the face of, the audit of clients. However, there's a solid team behind that signing partner. So it could be a team of 5, it could be a team of 20. We have specialists. So for example, if my client has actuarial valuations, right? I'm not a specialist. I'll typically bring in a specialist to review all of that. So like I said, we all have like a solid team. And what we talk about in that meeting is for everybody to understand what we are going for. We are not forensic auditors. Nobody has come to report a case of fraud. We are not going to catch a thief, right? And it's really, this is the objective. One of the things that must be in the slides that I would present as the manager to my team members is we are not leaving that client after whatever time line we have without adding value to the client. So I think it's really a case of how you are able to make people say it. I also talk to my clients. I'm very big on also going to my client's office and, sitting with the team. And when I come, it's really a case of, Madam Manager is around. I'm like, please, I'm a team member and I'm just here to do my work. So you see them wanting to please you, they are buying you special lunch. They don't want you to eat the lunch every other person is eating. They want to put you in a fancy office. And most often than not, it's like, oh no, I have to sit with my team, right? I don't need all of this preferential treatment. I'm not here to, you don't need to please me. That's really it. You've paid so much money to my firm, and all I'm here to do is ensure the work is done, add value to you, and make sure, because I have a client that we took over in 2023, and when I had to discuss management letter points with the CFO, he was so annoyed. He's like, I think you are just bored. He said that to me. He said, I think you're just bored, or you just need to be able to explain why you've, been on this audit for 8 weeks, and you just have to have something. I was confused because I'm like, okay, I don't know what has been happening with you and your previous auditors, but I also am very concerned that you see that I haven't had added value to you because I am giving you management letter points. So he was really upset, and I think I understood it. Over the years, it's really a case of we'll finish the audit, he goes for the board meeting, he's taking the spotlight. The auditors come and they say, oh, they have no insights or no observation. And then Deloitte comes on board. You want to go and be reading all these things. You're not going to do that. So he made it seem like, we were there and it was just a case of these people, they don't even know what they are doing and all. I promise you that when we came back the next year and we had the pre-audit meeting, he started off by saying, we actually took a lot of the recommendations you gave us, right? And I would not lie, I was so pleased to see the improvement in my team. And I think, thinking back, someone has said I was bored. And now he's so happy that, oh, these recommendations, thank you. If there are any issues this year, please do not fail to throw them out and let us know what we can do better. So I think, like I said, it's really a mindset thing where the audit team members obviously know that this is what it has to be. And then the clients are also receptive to know that you are not there to make them lose their jobs or make them feel bad that they don't know what they are doing. Because by the time you even check it, some of these CFOs would have over 40 years experience and they're like, oh, this is this small madam. I went for an AGM one year and the CFO, he was meeting me for the first time. He said, so you are the one that has been tormenting my life. I thought you were actually way older. And I laughed and I said, okay, what were you expecting? He's like, yeah, he hears my voice and he's just like, this one is just a practicing witch with a little voice. These are the kind of things you hear. But at the end of the day, we're all smiling. It's the AGM. Everybody is happy. He didn't lose his job. We were reappointed as the auditors and everybody was just very thankful that, whatever storm we had to weather had passed. So, like I said, mindset and just knowing that everyone is just there to do a job that they've been appointed to do.
Thank you so much for that. I think this is the most practical explanation for the independence of an auditor I've ever heard in my life, to be honest. We hear independence of mind, independence of appearance, but it's all theoretical. I think this actually puts things into perspective. Thank you. And if I may add, there's almost always an audit horror story, like almost always. So I'd actually like to hear all of your oral audit stories, but I think let's leave that for last. Before then, what is one thing, you all knew, wish you had known, rather, before, venturing into the audit and assurance profession? If you could give your final year student self career advice, what piece of advice would that be?
Okay, thank you very much. I think we need to speak to the audience now. I think your next 3 to 5 years, you need to position yourself properly. Audit and assurance space is a place you should consider as a priority, because that space gives you leverage to understand business, you understand business models, you it gives you a very large latitude into what operates and happens in business. So you need to position yourself properly in the next 3 years to 5 years. Pursue your professional qualification because that actually signals, confidence and credibility in your person. In addition, then you look for a platform for mentoring. Because if you miss this opportunity, it might be difficult for you to be mentored later. Before you start pursuing earning, try to learn now. And there are quite a number of platforms. Structured one. The big four, firms are there. The mid-tier firms are there. They will offer you very structured training. So you take advantage of that. Then also because of the evolving development in technology and data, please prioritize that. You are still very young. Some of us, we started talking about data and technology when we were 50 years and above. Now, you have the opportunity. You can learn most of this from YouTube and so many other social media platforms. This must be your priority. If you get it right now, you can easily veer into other aspects of the accountancy profession as you grow. So it provides you a very solid foundation depending on the vision that you set for yourself. But start first and primarily and advisably from audit and assurance. That's where I started from, and it's actually worked very well for me. Thank you.
Okay, so I would say that 11 years ago, I was part of the people that would sit in rooms like this, and I would hear these fancy things the panelists would say, and I'm just like, wow, and all of it. But then here I am 11 years after talking to people, and I'll tell you, in practical terms, things I heard, and she had asked if I were to advise myself, I go back as a final year student. To be very honest, I feel fulfilled. I don't think I have any regrets. When I was in school, I was so crazy about tax. It was mind-blowing. You know, when you are in class and you're hearing taxation and you're just like, oh my God. My final year project was on tax. When it comes to audit, I'm not exactly sure what happens there. It's like, okay, what are we talking about? So for me, it was very clear. I wanted to be a tax expert. And, for every opportunity I had, one of the things I did not do was to waste my free time while I was in school. So, all of those fancy summer trips and all, once I'm done spending money, I'm ready to go back home. And I'm ready to go back home because I already had applied for an internship that I needed to resume. So I would typically just want to go, even if it's in an organization, I just want to know what happens there, what happens in their finance team, how are they able to know the things that they know and all of it. So all of those things, I know some of the final year students now are like, oh my God, it's been 4 or 5 years of, long nights and everything. NYSC, you just want to have a breather. One of the advices I got was time. Time waits for nobody. So whether you achieve something today or not, today is gone. You're not going to get that time back. So I told that I didn't want to serve in Lagos. I want freedom. I wanted freedom. I mean, I went to Covenant University and it was like, okay, I've been policed enough. I just want freedom. But the truth about it is when I got the freedom, I was just like, what is this? Please, I want to go back home. And that's just what it is, right? Because the truth about it is I am here. All of the things I wished I was doing then, like now I just want to go home and sleep. So you will have time to do a lot of things, right? When I went for my NYC, because I got the freedom I had, I served in Rivers State. And I was like, okay, so it's 1 year. What am I going to be doing as a teacher? I was passing one day and I saw, a tutor center, and I entered. I was like, okay, yeah, I know I have to write one of these exams at some point. So I registered for ACCA classes. And by the time I, got to hear about all of the fees and all, I was like, oh, I have to call my daddy. I can't afford it with my corporate salary. And I just made up my mind that, you know what, this exam was just too expensive for me to think I want to play. So I dedicated my service year to writing the exams. I'm not going to lie that I did not fill any paper. I did fill some papers. But you know what I also did? For every paper that I filled, I made sure that I had to use my money to pay for it, to rewrite those papers. And you know when you spend your money, you feel it. When you're spending someone else's money, I mean, it really doesn't move you. So that was one of the things I did. For every paper, ACCA is really expensive. I can't even imagine how much it is now because as at 2016, it was really expensive. So for every time I would fill a paper, I would have to save up some money to pay for me having to write that paper. When I was done with my NYC, I still had some papers, and I told myself that the truth is I was really young and I wasn't rushing anywhere. So what I also, had to do was, okay, let me get a job. What did I do? I started, looking out for graduate internship. I got into one of the big fours, and I was there. I was, using it to write my exams. When I was done, because I think part of what I had told myself was, I don't think I want to get a full-time job writing these exams because it was really, really, really tasking, having to write every 3 months. And I just said, okay, let me just go for an internship program. So immediately I wrote my last paper, I applied to Deloitte, and it was more or less like, okay, I finally passed this exam and I started my career. So I never fail to tell people, especially once I get to see associates or new joiners, to say, you need to start this exam now because it doesn't get easier. So when you come in, a lot of things, like how you're so young and it looks like this is your priority now. So when you become a mom, imagine having to nurse children and you're still having to read for exams. So time, like I said, waits for nobody. Whether or not you're utilizing your time, the time is moving and you never get it back. So, I don't think I have any regrets. I'm just very thankful. I didn't get to do audit, story tax that I really liked. I'm practicing audit. And one of the I think my life mantra is whatever is worth doing well. So you can imagine me coming as, someone that had dreamt so big to be a tax expert, and they gave me audit and assurance. There's nothing I would not lie. I tried. I was like, I need to get out of this unit. When I got the job, I told my dad that, I didn't get tax. And he's like, so you go and do the audit. I was like, no, I cannot. He was like, okay, yeah, just start. Resume first. Let's see. So immediately I resumed. The first thing I wanted to do was to even go and find out how I could switch to tax. My then business unit leader was just even looking at me first of all. So he said, I hope you know I must be willing to release you and tax must be willing to accept you. I was like, no problems. I went to tax. They were willing to accept me. He said, I'm not willing to release you. So what are we going to do? And it's been 9 years now, and I just had to do what I had to do. It was not something I would have thought I wanted to do, but I guess because of the mantra I have, whatever is worth doing, you have to give it your best. It's not negotiable. You can't do it. It's a paid job. You show up every day, And, I still get people, when I talk to new joiners, I tell them, even if I don't sleep in the night, you're going to see me draw my eyebrows. You're going to see me look good, because these are the things that make me happy, right? I'm not going to lose myself because of anything. I'm not going to let this work with, because it's seasonal, that's just the truth. By 31st of March, imagine someone that has not slept for 3 weeks. You're going to have like the next month to sleep, right? And the truth about it is, okay, imagine then giving up 2 days before 31st of March because it was just tasking. When you have your 3 weeks to then sleep, it's a case of, I really should have just given in the last push. So that's really my advice. Thankfully, I don't think I have any regrets, but whenever I get the opportunity, I make sure I, share all of those tips that I got that I feel helped become the better version of me that I am today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think for me, if I would go back to the final year me, I studied economics, and I was always in love with economics. I thought that the job I would have would definitely be related to economics. I mean, I was always around accounting. Like I said, I studied ACCA in school, and by the grace of God, I was able to round up before, just immediately after my service ended. So everything went smoothly, really. Just one paper that I failed, which was surprisingly audit. But but yes, I think if I could tell myself something, then it would be about being intentional. Don't be mechanical. I know it seems like, I did say it earlier, know why you're doing what you're doing. Yes, I could say, oh, you debit this, you credit this, but I didn't really know why, you were doing it. All I just know is debit, you don't debit this and credit this, and you're good. But, but I mean, now I get to see that it's much more beyond that. You have to be intentional. Be intentional. Also, I do pray that when we all leave here, we all get jobs. But when I left school, I didn't get something immediately. I did have offers, but I mean, they were not going to pay me. So I was like, I'm not going to go where they're not going to pay me. What am I going to learn there? But looking back, I feel like that would have been really good for me. Good experience. Any opportunity you have to get experience, please take it. Very, very important. Any opportunity you have to get experience, please take it. So that's something I really wish I had done back then, because I believe that it would have made my success story a lot better. Another thing for me is be curious. Like if you want to do audit, you have to be curious, really. It's not like, okay, they said I should do this. I just did it, and that's it. Or, okay, they said I should work on the accounts for this year. This amount has been coming since last year. I don't know what it is, me too, I just put it there. It's the way I met it, I just put it. No, you need to investigate, in quotes, why is that amount there? What makes up those things? So you actually need to be curious about things. And thankfully, that was something I had, which is why, also by God's grace, I'm able to do well in the role that I currently have. So please be intentional. Know why you do things. Don't be a robot. Oh, they just said I should do this, so I do this. That's how you actually set yourself out in the workplace. I really am trying to be as down to earth as possible. Know why you do things. That's one thing I would like to tell my younger self. But now, yes, I've improved. And before I do things, I actually want to know, why am I doing this? What's the end point? What's the big picture, right? Why are we doing this? So I think that would be my advice to everyone here. Please don't be mechanical. Think. I mean, you have a brain. Don't rely on, I have a manager. I'm just an associate. I don't need to think. Let her or let him do the thinking. My own is just to move. He says, okay, move to this client side tomorrow. I just move. I'm not thinking. Please think. And that will eventually of course, make you a better leader, a much better leader. Thank you.
Thank you.
For me, my case happened to be a bit different because before I ever stepped into the university, I was already a chartered accountant, both with ICANN and ACCA. So it all started with my eldest brother, who happened to be an accountant, a chartered accountant. Immediately I finished secondary school, I told him I was going to the university. He said, come here, there's nothing they learn over there. They don't learn anything in the university. Come and pick up ICANN, write ICANN, ATS 1, 2, and then finish the whole of ICANN. Pick up ACCA from beginning to the end. And I had no choice. He was the one paying. He that pays, the piper, does what? We dictate the tune. So I was playing with that. So I finished ICANN, finished the CCA. When I was done, I asked him what is next. He said, you have to learn the practice. So I ended up carrying bags for some managing consultants. Anywhere they are going, I will just follow them. I started learning. That's one of the key things you must know. You have to humble yourself if you want to practice. Humble yourself and learn. Sometimes those guys may not speak the best of grammars, but they are full of experience. You follow them. Learn one thing or the other from them. At the end of the day, I carried back from 1 year to the next, and one of the days he called me, said, you need to go to the university. I said, okay, sir. So I entered school with direct entry. So I only did 2 years in school, Uniport. And when I was about to graduate, one of the people that came to address us told us, you must write this professional exam and all of that. For me, I was asking myself, what is next? And that's what I am bringing you into now. You need to ask yourself, what is next? Don't sit down there and feel you are okay. The first thing I learned in the audit profession is deadline. You must be very disciplined to meet your deadline, or else you are going to lose all the clients you have, and you will have serious issues with your partners. So you need to keep to deadline, discipline yourself. Number 2 is the professional exam is to give you an idea. It is not all encompassing in itself. The practical aspect, you have to go out there and associate yourself with a firm of chartered accountants while in school. If you have not done that, as at this stage, at final stage, I'll be so surprised. Because there are times you're on holiday, you need to do some freelance job. Sometimes they may not pay you. But one thing that matters is that you're building your CV, you're building experience, you're building career, and at the end of the day, it will pay off. So my advice to you would be that you should go get a firm of chartered accountants, get associated with them, let them call you when there are jobs. When you are free during the holiday, follow them, learn 1 or 2 things, and at the end of the day, I tell you, you'll be all right. Say, I will be all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much for that. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, and I'd just like to say a big thank you for gracing our invitation. You all have been nothing sort of insightful and enlightening this morning, and I'm sure our audience has picked 1 or 2 things from you. I doubt if there's time for questions to be thrown to the audience, but I think this brings us to the end of the panel session. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are on to the presentation of our awards to our panelists and taking of pictures. So everybody please be settled while that goes on. So before we take the group picture, can I have Dr. Lawrence Tochukwu Moses come to the stage as he's presented his award? But before that, I would be calling on Dr. Frederick Ikwesu to come to the stage. A round of applause as he comes to the stage, please. Thank you. He would be the one presenting the awards today to the panel. So can I have Dr. Lawrence Tochukwu come to the stage as well? Come forth.
Lawrence Tochukwu. Hey, you guys. Have you seen Lawrence? Yes. All right. Okay. Lawrence Tochukwu.
Okay. So, Dr. Lawrence Tochukwu Moses, a round of applause for him. Thank you. Okay. Up next, Mr. Tajuddin Adewale Olayinka. Please, I need us to be cheering for our panel properly. Thank you. As they come forth. Up next, Mrs. Bukola Moreni Keji. Please, can you come forward to the stage? Then up next, Mrs. Amara Odunwa. So after this, please, all the panelists should please stand up for the group photograph. Thank you. You can stand up for the group photograph. Thank you. Okay. A round of applause for Dr. Shola Oni as she comes forward to the stage. Professor Shola Oni, as she comes forward. Thank you. All right, thank you. Are we having a good time? I need to feel the energy in the room. Are we having a good time? I can't really hear it, please. Are we having a good time? Thank you. Okay, so we are going on to the next panel session. When law meets money, taxation, regulatory, and compliance. So, please, as I call the panel to the stage, please do me well to give them a round of applause as they come to the stage. Thank you. But firstly, sorry.
Are we all having a good time? Did we enjoy the first session? So next on the agenda is, the second panel, which is the tax panel. When the law meets money, regulatory and compliance. Our first panelist for this panel session is Dr. Jane Okpala, Assistant Director, Large Tax Department, Oil and Gas, Nigeria Revenue Service. Dr. Jane Okpala is a seasoned taxation and revenue expert with over 25 years of experience across the public sector, banking, and audit. As an assistant director at the Federal Inland Revenue Service, now known as the Nigerian Revenue Service, she currently serves as the tax controller for oil and gas midstream, overseeing tax administration for refineries, crude transportation, and natural gas manufacturing. A fellow of both ICANN and CITN, Jane holds an MBA and BSc from the University of Lagos. Her diverse career includes leadership roles as a regional accountant at FIRS, now NRS, and business manager at UBA, United Bank for Africa. She is a specialist in tax policy, revenue generation, and the strategic impact of digital transformation on public finance. Everyone, Dr. Jane Okpala. Our second panelist for this session is Mr. Akinwumi Karunwi. Mr. Akinwumi Karunwi is the head of regulatory and tax management at Keystone Bank. He currently leads the regulatory and tax management team as an associate member of both the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. He holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from the University of Lagos with over 70 years of cumulative work experience. He has expertise in internal control, financial reporting, as well as tax and advisory services. Prior to joining Keystone Bank, Akinwumi worked at First City Momentum Bank and FIN Bank Limited. His areas of specialization include tax planning, developing tax strategies, regulatory compliance, and advisory services. He has also been involved in tax due diligence, overseeing the process from planning through finalization. Everyone, Mr. Akinwumi Karunwi. Our third panelist for this session is Professor Olusegun Vincent, lecturer, Pan-Atlantic University, and partner at Goldwyn's Advisory. Professor Olusegun Vincent is a distinguished academic and financial strategist with a PhD in finance from Brunel University of London. He has a first-class degree in accounting and finance and is currently a professor at Pan-Atlantic University and Lagos Business School. He specializes in corporate finance, risk management, and ESG. His extensive professional background includes serving as the Director of Economic Intelligence for the Lagos State Government, advisory manager at EY, and various senior roles in banking. As the lead at Goldwyn's Advisory, Professor Vincent provides high-level consultancy in corporate valuation, transfer pricing, and sustainability for both multinational corporations and government entities. A fellow of ICANN and an associate of CITN, he also holds specialized certification in sustainability and ESG from Oxford Said Business School. He is a prolific researcher, a member of the PAU Senate Council, and serves as a non-executive director for several reputable boards. Everyone, Professor Olusegun Vincent. Moderating this session would be two of Pan Atlantic University's final year accounting students, Chiamaka Mba and Osereme Ebare.
One to one. Wow, we all look lovely, don't we? Hi, everyone. You're welcome to the second panel session, Taxation, Regulatory, and Compliance Advisory, when the law meets money. Now, tax might seem like all those areas that are serious or complex, but don't worry, today we are going to break it down in such a way that it connects with you as students, future professionals, and decision makers.
Exactly. And we're not just talking about filing taxes, we're talking about strategy, ethics, technology, and real-world careers in this space.
Well said, Ose. Now, we're joined with seasoned professionals from different backgrounds, ranging from banking sector, public service, and even academia.
Let's start with something very relevant.
Technology.
Dr. Pala, over to you. From a regulatory perspective, are we where we need to be in terms of digital tax systems?
Please.
Okay, ma. Dr. Pala, from a regulatory perspective, are we where we need to be in terms of digital tax systems?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. That's an interesting question. From my perspective, I will say we are not exactly where we need to be. But we're making progress. And we've made a lot of progress. Because if we look at the NRS over the years, it largely used to be a paper-based manual system. But from 2021, they're transiting gradually to digitized electronic systems, such that if you're a taxpayer, you can now file your returns in the comfort of your office or comfort of your home, anywhere in the world as a matter of tax or fact. They have an in-house developed tax administration solution called Tax Promax. And Tax Promax is quite robust. You can do a lot of things. You can generate your TIN. You can file your returns there. Your returns can be reviewed there. Also, your TINs, tax identification number is digitized and electronically driven, and such that even with Corporate Affairs Commission, your TIN can be generated from Corporate Affairs Commission and linked to NRS. So, and the same NRS, TIN number NRS gives to you, you can also use for your banking transactions. So we're making progress in terms of technology. And currently, there's a project of the initiative of the federal government called e-invoicing, which creates, transmits, and validates invoices so that FRS can, in their offices, at the end of the way, when taxpayers conclude their businesses, they can generate assessment in their offices. So we're making a lot of progress there.
I agree with you, Ms. Jane. Slowly but surely, Nigeria will get there. But I'd like to seek a different perspective. Mr. Akiwumi, you have an experience in the banking system or banking sector. Now, could you enlighten us? How has technology changed tax compliance and regulatory processes in Nigeria? And for students like us, What specific tech skills do you think we should start learning now?
Thank you for that question. For me, let me explain what used to be in place before 2021. Before 2021, for you to file your tax, take for instance at the end of month or year end, while you are expected as a corporate organization to file your annual returns. Annual returns comprises of your company income tax, your education tax, your police, NIDA, and the likes. You are expected to sit down, write all the information, fill all those forms, VAT, withholding tax. We even have withholding tax withheld, all manner of documentation. And you have to take all these forms to the closest FRS office, which is NRS, now NRS office, for physical filing. Those forms must be stamped by FRS. But from 2021 to date, with the advent of tax promax, which is the application that FRS introduced in tax administration, all you need to do, right, as a bank, the bank acts as government agents in the collection of taxes. What do I mean? Every transaction you as a customer consummate with the bank. Take for instance your withholding tax transaction, your interest income that you earned maybe on your savings account, your term deposit, stamp duties, VAT deductions, right? The bank is expected or is mandated by law to deduct all those taxes and remit to government. So at the end of the month, our own responsibility as a tax manager is to ensure that the figure that is reported on the face of our management account at the end of the month or audited financial statement at the end of the year, right? Let's say the interest expense, which is the interest paid to customers, right? A certain percentage of it, which in this case is 10%, right, is remitted to government. If there's any disparity in that, we have to investigate and to have a documentation to that effect. So all those taxes, all I need to do now is just to upload that schedule on tax promas, generate my DIN, which is more or less like a pro forma invoice, which I'm going to pass to my operation unit. Those are the ones that have right to posting on the bank posting application or banking application. So as soon as that is done, an evidence of payment will be generated, which I will just need to file. As easy as that. I've complied with my tax compliance at the end of the month or at the end of the year. It's as easy as that. Unlike me doing the paper work and having to travel a distance before filing my tax. Thank you.
Yes, technology has really made things way easier. But could you tell us the skills we should start learning now in terms of technology as students?
Okay, thank you. As far as a tax man is concerned now, is it tax as because what you are talking about, some of the major skills an average tax man needs is data analytics, right? You'll be dealing with a whole lot of data. Let me paint a scenario. You can imagine a bank that has presence in all the 36 states of Nigeria, plus FCT. In Lagos alone, Keystone Bank has about 150 branches. Each branch, right, has average of, let's say, 4,000, 10,000 customers. So at the end of the month, I'll be reporting the withholding tax, the VAT implication, not only for Lagos State, not only for your state, but for the entire 36 states plus FCT, making 37. So I'll need to spool those data. I'll need to analyze. I'm expected to also consider the tax implication. So you having a very good understanding or knowledge of data analysis is not in any way questionable. It's one of the major skills, especially at the initial state, right? And as you proceed, the knowledge of AI is going to assist you in making some informed judgment, comparisons, right? What is the expectation? Why am I having this material variance in what is reported in my audited financial statement and the actual figure I'm having? All this is going to go a long way. All these skills are going to go a long way in making you a good tax practitioner. Thank you.
Yes, in fact, data analysis is one of my checklists this summer. Immediately I'm done with that, my first paper, data analysis straight. Because as we Gen Z say, it is the T right now. Well, let's simplify something many students struggle with. Professor Vincent, over to you. What's the real difference between tax compliance and tax advisory?
Okay, I would like to be practical. When it comes to tax compliance, at the firm level, it's about statutory compliance in respect of all classification of taxes. As an organization, you have responsibility for company income tax, and that is annual ritual. As an organization, you have responsibility to value-added tax, that is a monthly ritual. And of course, you have responsibility for withholding tax whenever it falls due, capital gains tax. In terms of compliance, it is statutory return that you have to give in respect of different classification of taxes. But when it comes to tax advisory, tax advisory could be transaction advisory or in area of tax planning. I will explain. When it comes to transaction advisory, for instance, the company is going into merger and acquisition. That's a specific transaction advisory service in a firm. You need a tax consultant for you to be able to highlight the different aspects of your transaction that will have tax implications that may affect you, and the areas where you can take advantage, which is known as tax avoidance. Another aspect of tax advisory is taking a proactive position. You call on a tax consultant at the beginning of the year, and you reel out the activities of the company for the year. And a tax consultant will advise from tax angle the ways and manner you should pursue those transactions. It can advise you that whatever acquisition you want to do or whatever procurement you want to do, why can't you delay so that you may take advantage of capital allowance? You may just be buying and you may not be able to take advantage of capital allowance because already you are watched with allowances that are unutilized. Is a very good aspect of advisory. Another aspect of advisory has to do with at the level of the staff tax return and staff tax compilation, you need a lot of input of a tax consultant to be able to look into your transactions, the way your payroll is structured, and advise on the best way of making that possible so that you can comply and still take necessary advantage that will benefit the staff of the organization. As students looking at tax, you are bound to expose yourself to both advisory and compliance because both constitute the major aspect of services rendered by any company you may want to join or any company you may want to work for. You need to know how to take proactive position, that is advisory, and you need to know how to not fall short of the law of the nation so that you are not hit with huge penalties. So you need both compliance skill and advisory skill. Thank you.
It's how everything, yes, that's right. It's how everything Professor Vincent said is actually practical. Last year, I had the opportunity to do my internship at Ernst & Young Nigeria. Being there, I came across financial statements and everything he said about tax, he showed me different differences, timing differences, permanent differences that arose as a result of bad tax advice. So as we're all here today, it's important for us to understand what this actually means and how we can practicalize it in our various studies, work, and education. Next, let's talk about Nigeria. Dr. Okpala, how would you describe Nigeria's current tax environment? Is it becoming more complex, more aggressive, or even more structured? With respect to that, how should businesses or even young professionals adapt to this reality?
Okay. Thank you. Nigerian current tax environment is multifaceted. I wouldn't say it's aggressive or, what did you say? Complex or very simple. It requires you to understand the laws. As we are all aware, a tax reform took effect last year, and we have a new tax act called Nigerian Tax Act 2025, which is made up of 4 laws. The principal law is the Nigerian Tax Act. We also have the Nigerian Tax Administration Act and the act that created the Nigerian Revenue Service Act. The sole purpose of that law was to simplify and to modernize our taxes. We had multiplicity of taxes before, and the government the reform sought to simplify it and bring it under the Nigerian Tax Act. If you recall, we had Insurance Act, we had the Nigerian Technology Act, we had so many acts, Capital Gains Tax Act. They are all brought down under one act now, Nigerian Tax Act. I would say that some people say Nigerian Tax Act is complex because we're transiting to a new tax act, and it requires you to understand the new law. In any case, the former companies income tax we were using, I would say, was a bit more complex, that people required lawyers to interpret that law for them. But Nigerian Tax Act is written in a simpler language. You don't really have to be a lawyer for you to understand it. Okay, but there's some complex aspects of the law. Like I earlier mentioned, the e-invoicing. A lot of businesses are yet to grasp the implication of that e-invoicing. And in that aspect, you might say it's still complex. Because what e-invoicing means, if you're a taxpayer that you're used to underreporting your revenues, you have no hiding place anymore. In fact, they say e-invoicing is a game changer now. Because as you're executing your transaction, NRS is validating it. So they're able to see what you're doing from the office, such that at the end of the month, they simply raise an assessment for your VAT transaction and send to you. The same thing for withholding tax. There is an assessment that's sent to you. And at the end of the year, you also get a CIT assessment. Now, the effect of this is that the government, of course, will get more revenue. But again, that means less objection from taxpayers because those invoices have been validated. You're not going to come up with any excuses. So in that aspect, it's a bit complex. And then there's some new provisions of the law for small businesses that are now exempt from tax. That again creates opportunities for them, I would say. If your turnover is less than or equals to 100 million, of course, you don't pay any tax. But the only people that can enjoy this are the corporate limited liability company, and that creates an avenue for tax planning for anyone that wants to establish a business, such that if you sort of going to register an enterprises, you may consider registering a new limited liability company. Again, it has simplified certain aspects of the law. We used to have different levies, like tertiary education fund, tax. We used to have NASENI. We used to have PTF. All of them have been brought under one law, development levy. Again, you might say again, the penalties in those laws are quite aggressive. The penalties are steep. So that means that as a taxpayer, if you want to be on the right side of the law, you need to pay attention to what you need to do and be compliant. Because, for instance, companies in midstream offices that are into LNG, the penalties, they're required to file estimated filing, and the penalties are 10 million naira every month they default, and 2 million naira every day of default. So those are quite steep. So there are different categories of penalties from different levels of default. And of course, NRS will have to collect those penalties if you default. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. That means it's right to say that tax is one of those areas where the lines can actually get real blurry. Dr. Pala, from your experience as one of the directors in the Nigerian Revenue Services, where do you draw the line between smart tax planning and unethical behavior?
Okay, I think the law will define that. Okay, the law defines what is legal and what is illegal. So he mentioned something about tax avoidance. There's something that is allowed in the law. You have a limit within the law to manage your affairs, to operate or to prepare your tax computation, to claim certain relief and allowances. So once you are able to operate within what the law has provided, I can say you're being smart. But again, the law has spelled out what you need to do. There's what lawyers call the spirit of the law and the intent of the law. If the law has said you can claim capital allowances in a year, and then provided you have put those assets in your business, and then in that particular year, you decide to keep that asset in your house, you're using it in your house. Of course, you did not put it in your business. So the law will not allow you to enjoy those capital allowances. So that's not smart tax planning, or such practices are not allowed. So those are the things you need to understand to operate within the law and outside the law. But you need to ask yourself some questions as a tax advisor or tax consultant. What does the law say? And then can I defend what I have done? If you cannot defend it or justify it before the revenue or tax officials, then that makes what you have done illegal. There's also something called tax evasion. I think that, again, is illegal. Tax evasion is when you have conducted your tax affairs in a way that is criminal. Okay, the law defines it as criminal, such as when you underreport your revenue or overreport your expenses. Those are clearly tax evasion practices, and the law does not allow that.
That's very insightful, Ms. Jane. As a professional chartered accountant or as a professional accountant, there's no difference between ethics and what we do. It eventually converges. But I'd like to hear from a different perspective. Mr. Akinwumi, could you quickly, in a brief way, let us know your thoughts on that question?
Thank you. Well, as a tax practitioner, it's almost evident that you are expected to avoid unethical practices. That can come to you in several ways. Looking at that question from the banking point of view, right? You may be tempted to report what is not, right? Take, for instance, you granting an exemption of withholding tax on a transaction that you know that is quite glaring, that withholding tax is applicable. Avoiding paying VAT on a transaction that is not included as one of the transactions that are exempted from VAT. Treatment of stamp duties. You know, you availing loan that is backed by debenture, by shares, by lease, that it is expected for you to deduct stamp duty of 0.375% or whatsoever the amount of that loan is. And you refuse to deduct such. And at the end of the day, perhaps maybe you are now trying to modify or adjust the figures, right? Or trying to manage the regulatory officials in trying to reduce whatsoever the liability or the penalty. Because as Dr. Okwala has said, the penalty for non-compliance is, on the average, is in the range of about 40%. There are about 10% for the penalty, and the interest at the prevailing market rate. So you can imagine you not, and in some cases, it will even be compounded even with the number of years. Take, for instance, God help you, that transaction was consummated about 5 or 10 years ago. So you realize that the consequence of your inaction of not paying or complying with, let's say, just about 5 million is now as accumulated to you paying as much as 25 million. So unethically, you are now trying to persuade or to manage the tax consultant to reduce the penalty or to manage the figures or to falsify the books in order to reduce the liability.
Yes, sir.
Those are really unethical issues, right? Which the ICANN and CITN, right, and Financial Reporting Council frowns at. So as a practitioner or a student, you are encouraged as much as possible to avoid anything that can lead to the withdrawal of your license. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Akinwumi. Non-compliance is truly very expensive. Now, moving on, back to Professor Vincent. With your experience in the consulting space, could you let us know briefly how career in tax evolves over time, and at what point do professionals move from technical roles into advisory or leadership? Briefly. Can you come again? Okay. How does career in tax evolve over time? And at what point do professionals move from technical roles into advisory or leadership?
Okay, within tax. I'll be very practical here. In 1995, when I joined Ernst & Young as a trainee, I think you don't have at that time, I never had the liberty to say, at that time, the way practices were structured, we never had that liberty to say you are going to audit, or you are being recruited for audit, or for tax or advisory. It's during training, at the training school, that is where most of you will be allotted initial portfolio. That you are going to tax, you are going to audit, you start with advisory. At that time, I was told that I will serve initial 18 months in tax before I moved to audit. I was very, very bitter about it. I was very, very bitter about it because the way tax was being practiced then, you practically, when I was being selected to go to tax, the first statement made me to reject it. That you are full of energy, you'll be okay in tax. It means taxation required then a lot of fitness and physical activities. And I detected that. At that time, we were not practicing integrated office, which they are practicing now. At that time, you have assessment section, you have collection section, you have investigation section in Ebutemeta, you have pioneer section in Ikoyi Aboyadeko, and you'll be jumping from one bus to another. You'll be looking for file. When you are in Broad Street Tax Office, you are practically spending a full day to look out for your file, and they may not see your file. It is later somebody will tell you the file is in collection. Before FRS evolved to now come up with what we call integrated tax offices. Now, as students, you are going to tax, you have no clue. You have to prepare your mind to do all the dirty works. You have to prepare your mind to follow the senior on the job, because most especially big practice, they have a regimented approach. They know where you are going. They know how you can learn. So they've laid down those things. You may be a fast learner, but later they will separate you. You'll be separated from the rest. But you will start learning. And where do you start from? You start from compliance. Nobody will gamble to take you to advisory. It's gambling. You know compliance before you could know element of advisory, which is more technical. At the level of compliance, you are helping the client to comply with PAYE. You are helping the client to comply with VAT, capital gains tax, income tax. You are learning so much, and you are building confidence. Because it's the compliance skill you are going to use at the level of advisory. It's through compliance you will know the basic loopholes. You will know where you can take advantage of the system. Let me clarify that. Taking advantage of the system. Yeah, there's no ethics. We are not at the level of ethics in taxation. I can say this, even with NRS, our person here. We are just at the level of keeping to the law. Ethics is beyond the law. Okay? When you say ethics, I don't know if you have read Kobaj Moral Development. At the level of ethical moral justice, at that level, is even if the law is wrong, or if the law has not covered certain area, In your mind, in your church mind or mosque mind, you want to do the right thing. We are not at that level, ladies and gentlemen. We are just struggling to be good citizens in respect of compliance. So we are not there. So that is, by the way, just to correct the issue about ethics. No, we are not there at all. Ethics is beyond compliance. So we are struggling with compliance. So when you learn all these compliance skills, now you can see clearly where you can help your clients. You can see clearly, because during compliance, you start learning some level of simulation. Okay, if the client does this, if they don't do this, this is what will come out. And that is the skill that you project at the level of advisory. So it's a progressive knowledge. So you have to learn through the ropes. You have to learn gradually before you get to that level of technical know-how. Then you can say you are doing tax advisory. So learn from beginning and you move up to the top of the pyramid. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Vincent. I, for one, have become very, very fond of the tax space. And I must say, this session has been very, very insightful. Unfortunately, we are out of time. But before we end this, let's spice things up a bit. To all our three panelists, in just one sentence, if you could have a tax superpower, that is one ability to make your job easier, just one sentence, what will it be? Starting with you, Professor Vincent. One tax superpower to make your job easier, what will it be? In one sentence.
Irrespective of any aspect of accounting, you must have an inquiring mind. You must have an inquiring mind. Like they were talking about in audit. An inquiring mind, we see current and we see future. In fact, an inquiring mind, we do three things for you. They mention what can go wrong, what had gone wrong, what is going wrong, and what will go wrong. Inquiring mind. That is my advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Akiumi, one sentence.
Thank you. Let me put it in one sentence. But I'm trying to, as a tax manager, if I have the opportunity, is to make people to see compliance as what they must do. What do I mean? As a tax manager, you virtually contend with everybody in the organization to ensure tax compliance. And everybody is ready to contend with you to ensure that they don't comply. Right. So, aligning those two issues, making people to have that understanding of their inaction, right? If I should have that opportunity, I will try as much as possible to do that. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Dr. Okpala, could you give us your thoughts? One sentence.
One of our key jobs is to bring new taxpayers into the tax net. So if I had a superpower, I will want to have the ability to see all my taxpayers where they are that have failed to register with us and bring them into the tax net.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
That was so amazing, ma'am. Amaka, can I throw in a question to lighten things up a little bit?
Go ahead, Ose.
It's nothing odd that we have a new tax regime. And let's be honest, some of them can be a bit frustrating. To our panelists, In a few seconds, if you had the power, which tax rule or provision in Nigeria would you gladly delete?
That's a tough one. Personally here, I have not even read through the whole tax law to be able to say this is the one, the new tax act, I haven't gone through all of it to say this is the one I want to delete. But for me as a taxpayer, I think for personal income tax, personal income tax, I think the government needs to do more for employees of this country who pay their taxes. I think the provisions or reliefs granted to taxpayers is not enough. So I'll be asking for them to expand those reliefs and not to delete it. Thank you very much.
Dr. Akuyemi, over to you.
Well, as a tax practitioner, if I have the opportunity of deleting any section of the law, well, that may be a very difficult one because tax is guided by law, and before you even amend any section of the law, you have to get to National Assembly. But if I'm given that opportunity, I think, let me say, I will delete section 85 of personal income tax. And what does that section say? That section is currently creating a lot of issues in the, I think, in the financial sector, right? What does it say? It says that it mandates anyone that needs foreign exchange to present his tax clearance certificate. So, if you want to travel out abroad to study, maybe you want to go for medical treatment, right, and you need foreign exchange from banks, you are expected to present your tax clearance certificate. It's somehow ambiguous, it's anti-business, and not only that, the law went on to say that it has to be verified even before the foreign exchange is availed to you. So before I have to present the tax clearance certificate, not after getting it, I need to take it back to my state tax authority to verify it before they respond, and I present it to my bank, and I will now be privileged to be availed the FS. I think that's too cumbersome and ambiguous. So if I have that opportunity, I think I will delete that section. Thank you.
Okay, if I have the opportunity, I will like the government to actually revisit the rent allowance. That is pretty too small. You took away our consolidated relief allowance, and you are giving us rent allowance capped at 500,000. We lecturers living on this axis, do you know how much they pay per annum? 500,000 is not even up to a monthly rent for an average lecturer on this axis. So that is too draconian. So government should look into the capped rent allowance at 500,000 and bring back our consolidated relief allowance if they can't do better. Thank you.
Wow, that was a well-deserved round of applause, Professor Vincent. This has been insightful. Thank you all so much for sharing. To those of us in the auditorium today and those of us watching online, we hope you now see tax as a powerful career path. Please join us in appreciating our lovely panelists with a wonderful round of applause. You can do better. You can do better.
I'm sure many of us may have questions that they would love to ask our panelists. So if you have your questions, we have a break next after this session. So feel free to network with them and ask whatsoever you might have in mind. Thank you so much for listening.
Oh, wow. That was such an enriching session. Thank you guys once again. Now for the presentation of our words. Dr. Jane Okala, please can you step forward for your award? Would like to call on Mr. Dolako Ashiru for the presentation of awards for this session, please. Professor Shola Oni, please can you help us present the awards for this session as well? Mr. Akiomi Karomi. Yes. Professor Olusegun Vincent. Thank you. A group picture now, please, with the moderators. Well done. You guys did so well. We have a short break session now. So feel free to, meet with whatever speakers you want to, network with the students sitting next to you, the students sitting behind you, in front of you. Let's make this interesting. Thank you.
step in here, you can tell this is different. It's not just about the vehicle, it's the environment, the structure, and the level of organization. Even the office space reflects it. Clean lines, professional systems. A workspace that you can tell immediately that this is a place where things are done properly. Because at Cedric Autos, presentation is not an afterthought, it's part of the standard. And then look at the vehicles. Every single one, brand new, carefully selected and positioned with intention. And then the signature presence, the Jim Isuzu pickup truck, built for performance, built for purpose. And the raw bus, structured for movement, capacity, and comfort at scale. This is not just a random collection of vehicles. It's a system, a place where different mobility needs are understood and are met with the right solutions. So when you walk into Cedric Autos, you're not just choosing a vehicle, you are walking into a system built to deliver confidence. In a country where many import, we, Cedric Autos, we made a decision not to just sell vehicles, but to build them. We assembled them here in Nigeria for our roads, for our institutions, and for our businesses. Our rail buses and our Jim Isuzu pickup truck, built with purpose, built for performance. We produce, we sell, we maintain, we finance, and when you're ready for an upgrade, we offer trading. This isn't just automotive, this is industrial responsibility. When serious institutions need serious vehicles, they choose the source. Jim Isuzu pickup truck, strong for work, smooth for life.
At Cedric Autos, we understand one simple truth, that mobility is the backbone of progress. And that is why we have gone to a very large extent to create some of the most exciting automobile models for the Nigerian market, ranging from our Jim Isuzu pickup trucks to our rail buses to our electric vehicles. We have been able to innovate a lifestyle evolving automobile product that meets the demand of the African market and the African consumer. The individuals who sign up on any of our products have the opportunity to create a lasting relationship that goes beyond just vehicles. It goes to the point where we are able to introduce you to the dynamics of the technology that drives both the comfort, the ruggedity, and the utility of the vehicles in the modern market. As an indigenous automobile company, we have attained a level where we can proudly say that at Cedric Autos, we completely understand the need of the Nigerian consumer. We have a thriving and fully equipped SKD factory, which guarantees our customers enjoy a lot of after-sales service and are able to claim their warranties as it applies to any of the models that they purchase from us. We are going a step further to introduce electric vehicles, and our electric vehicles are going to become not just a dominant player, but also very affordable for the Nigerian consumer. Here is introducing the Cedric Masters 2025 model of the all-new Jim Isuzu pickup truck. This truck is built leveraging a partnership between Jiangxi Isuzu Motors in China and adopting the technology, the advanced technology of the Japanese automobile industry, and of course, combining the resilience and the ruggedity of the Nigerian market and mentality. Welcome to the experience.
This is not just a car lot. And the moment you step in here, you can tell this is different. It's not just about the vehicle. It's the environment, the structure, and the level of organization. Even the office space reflects it. Clean lines, professional systems, a workspace that you can tell immediately that this is a place where things are done properly. Because as Cedric Autos, presentation is not an afterthought, it's part of the standard. And then look at the vehicles. Every single one, brand new, carefully selected and positioned with intention. And then the signature presence, the Jim Isuzu pickup truck, built for performance, built for purpose. And the raw bus, structured for movement, capacity, and comfort at scale. This is not just a random collection of vehicles. It's a system, a place where different mobility needs are understood and are met with the right solution. So when you walk into Cedric Autos, you're not just choosing a vehicle, you are walking into a system built to deliver confidence. In a country where many import, we assemble. At Cedric Autos, we made a decision not to just sell vehicles, but to build them. We assemble them here in Nigeria for our roads, for our institutions, and for our businesses. Our rail buses and our Jim Isuzu pickup truck, built with purpose, built for performance. We produce, we sell, we maintain, we finance, and when you're ready for an upgrade, we offer trading. This isn't just automotive, this is industrial responsibility. When serious institutions need serious vehicles, they choose the source. Jim Isuzu pickup truck, strong for work, smooth for life.
At Cedric Autos, we understand one simple truth, that mobility is the backbone of progress. And that is why we have gone to a very large extent to create some of the most exciting automobile models for the Nigerian market, ranging from our Jim Isuzu pickup trucks to our rail buses to our electric vehicles. We have been able to innovate a lifestyle evolving automobile product that meets the demand of the African market and the African consumer. The individuals who sign up on any of our products have the opportunity to create a lasting relationship that goes beyond just vehicles. It goes to the point where we are able to introduce you to the dynamics of the technology that drives both the comfort, the ruggedity, and the utility of the vehicles in the modern market. As an indigenous automobile company, we have attained a level where we can proudly say that at Cedric Autos, we completely understand the need of the Nigerian consumer. We have a thriving and fully equipped SKD factory, which guarantees our customers enjoy a lot of after-sales service and are able to claim their warranties as it applies to any of the models that they purchase from us. We are going a step further to introduce electric vehicles, and our electric vehicles are going to become not just a dominant player, but also very affordable for the Nigerian consumer. Here is introducing the Cedric Masters 2025 model of the all-new Jim Isuzu pickup truck. This truck is built leveraging a partnership between Jiangxi Isuzu Motors in China and adopting the technology, the advanced technology of the Japanese automobile industry, and of course, combining the resilience and the ruggedity of the Nigerian market and mentality. Welcome to the experience.
This is not just a car lot. And the moment you step in here, you can tell this is different. It's not just about the vehicle. It's the environment, the structure, and the level of organization. Even the office space reflects it. Clean lines, professional systems. A workspace that you can tell immediately that this is a place where things are done properly. Because at Cedric Autos, presentation is not an afterthought. It's part of the standard. And then look at the vehicles. Every single one, brand new, carefully selected and positioned with intention. And then the signature presence, the Jim Isuzu pickup truck, built for performance, built for purpose. And the raw bus, structured for movement, capacity, and comfort at scale. This is not just a random collection of vehicles. It's a system, a place where different mobility needs are understood and are met with the right solutions. So when you walk into Cedric Autos, you're not just choosing a vehicle, you are walking into a system built to deliver confidence. In a country where many import, we assemble. At Cedric Autos, we made a decision not to just sell vehicles, but to build them. We assemble them here in Nigeria for our roads, for our institutions, and for our businesses. Our rail buses and our Jim Isuzu pickup truck, built with purpose, built for performance. We produce, we sell, we maintain, we finance, and when you're ready for an upgrade, we offer trading. This isn't just automotive, this is industrial responsibility. When serious institutions need serious vehicles, they choose the source. Jim Isuzu pickup truck, strong for work, smooth for life.
Hello, please let's settle down.
At Cedric Autos, we understand one simple truth, that mobility is the backbone of progress. And that is why we have gone to a very large extent to create some of the most exciting automobile models for the Nigerian market, ranging from our Jim Isuzu pickup trucks to our Roa buses to our electric vehicles. We have been able to innovate a lifestyle evolving automobile product that meets the demand of the African market and the African consumer. The individuals who sign up on any of our products have the opportunity to create a lasting relationship that goes beyond just vehicles. It goes to the point where we are able to introduce you to the dynamics of the technology that drives both the comfort, the ruggedity, and the utility of the vehicles in the modern market. As an indigenous automobile company, we have obtained a level where we can proudly say that at Cedric Autos, we completely understand the need of the Nigerian consumer. We have a thriving and fully equipped SKD factory, which guarantees our customers enjoy a lot of after-sales service and are able to claim their warranties as it applies to any of the models that they purchase from us. We are going a step further to introduce electric vehicles.
The next thing on the agenda is the third panel session, where the big decisions are made: corporate finance and financial services. Sorry? Sir? Get time. I've already read that, but I've done it. I've done it. I don't. Ayo. Ayo. No, there's no time for this. I'm so sorry, I don't support. I don't know. I've said that. Let him confirm first. Earlier, our president for the 2023-2024 session was unable to give her welcome address. I don't know if you guys remember, in person of Ms. Soma Ilekuba. So please, can we put a round of applause together as we welcome her to the stage before the third panel session?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. Okay. I'll start by saying I'm very sorry for coming late, and that's why my speech was moved to this time. Okay, I'm here to talk about my journey as president of NUASA and how that journey has transcended to what you're seeing now, and to encourage each and every one of us to, in each of our various associations, to take up that leadership position and then take charge of whatever you're doing. So I'll just get right into it. It's truly an honor to stand here today as president of the immediate past president of NUASA PAU, especially at a summit like this. A summit that brings together not just students, but professionals, leaders, and decision makers. This type of summit shape how we think, they shape what we see as possible, and sometimes they shape who we become. Before I go further, I would like to share a very personal experience. So in my first NUASA meeting, we were less than 15 in the classroom that they used one of the classrooms in school. And in that meeting, the then president, I was not the president then, the then president Augustine, he was trying to tell us that come for association meetings, encourage people to come for meetings. It's good that we do this, so that we can build that community. Because in that class, we're 15, but I did not know more than 3 people in that class. And it was like, what are we now saying that we're an association and then you don't even know everybody that is in that association? So that meeting told me that when I get to a certain stage, I'm going to run for president. And not just running for president for the post, I'm going to make sure that we bring all accounting students to a space, and then I'm going to teach every accounting student to know that this association is our own. We are going to take charge of it. We are going to attend all events, whether you like it or not, even if it's interesting or it's not interesting. Just come, support, and then every association in PAU will see that accounting students are actually moving and pulling weight. So when I became president, those were like the key goals that I had before starting the journey. And then when I started the journey, I told my team members, my teammates, some of them are here, I said, see, this association that we're going to do, everybody's not going to come. You've not collected this post and you're answering president, vice president, general secretary, so that you'll be parading yourself around Pan Atlantic University as an ESCO in an association. You're actually going to make difference. You're going to add impact. So don't just come and sit down. Whatever our predecessors have done, we are coming here to improve on it and then make it better and create a good and strong foundation for the people that are going to take over after we have gone to do that. And then the reason why this summit is like when I entered the hall today and I saw everybody here and I saw the setup and everything, I was smiling. I was like, thank God that these ESCOs, myself and my team, that we're able to create something that made ground, that made them to build on, that made them to blossom into this type of beautiful event. And I want to urge all of us that even as we're at this summit today, don't just come to this summit to listen to the professionals. This summit is a learning experience on its own. We learn from everybody that is here. When you talk to each and every one of yourselves, you get value. For example, I can see Bells University. You talk to someone in Unilag. How are you doing it in Unilag? You can learn something from them. You add it to what you're doing. I spoke to other presidents in other schools. How are you doing it? What are things you're doing to make your association better? And I brought it into the association, and then we improved on it. But there are 4 key things that are lessons that I learned that I'm using. Like, there are lessons that you learn from leadership that will help you in the outside world. So that's why I say, take leadership roles. I spoke to some people during the break, and they're asking me, what's the reason, what's the essence of being president? What's the reason of joining? I don't want to be a leader. I just want to come, go to school. And I'm like, no, it will help you. And then I'm going to read out those 3 lessons that I got while I was a president. The first thing is competence. Competence is not optional. During the panel sessions, some of our panelists mentioned in the profession, you have to be competent. It's non-negotiable. It's not just about the degree. I mean, when I say it's not just about the degree, when it became time for getting sponsorships, we'll reach out to organizations, reach out to firms, and they're telling us, if we sponsor you, what value are we going to get? If you just know, when they're teaching us communication in English, just go and talk to somebody, speak to. If you don't know how to actually convince somebody, show them that this thing that we are doing here is not just what you are seeing. We're actually going to create value. Think at the top of your head. It's not only what you have practiced to go and say that you are going to say. You can be trained a question that you don't know the answer, but for that ability to think at the top of your head is going to be very helpful. You can convince somebody that says, I'm never going to sponsor any student association, and that person is just going to drop money for you immediately. So then the second one is structure. So growth is not sustainable by effort alone. It's sustained by systems, discipline, and consistency. But the fact that this summit is holding today shows that the structure that was laid for NUASA is still working. And I'm also going to urge the ESCOs the present ESCOs that before you leave, make sure that the accounting students that are under you, they know exactly what you are doing. You groom them before you go. If not, after this summit, if you don't do that, there's never going to be anything like this for NUASA in PAU. Because it's that structure, that discipline that you have instilled in them. And be ready to teach them. Don't just see yourself as Lord over all. You have to bring yourself down to earth. Create that structure so that anybody that's coming after you will be able to build on it and not just start from scratch or destroy everything that you have worked hard for. Because it actually happens. You do something great and then you come back and you see that that thing you have done has just gone to trash. And you'll now be asking yourself, why did I even start this in the first place? You also take a blame because why did you not train those people that are not in that system to know what it is that you're doing so that they can do it well and even better than you? So when I say this, develop both a professional and an entrepreneurial mindset. I'm going to use business to explain. When you see this association as your own, you are going to do everything that is within your power to work hard to make sure that it works. But if you see it as just, Shebi, they say we should come and attend meeting. Shebi, they say I should come and be ESCO. Shebi, they say I should, it's not going to work. So own anything that you're going to do, own every decision that you make, see it as a reflection on yourself. That way, it's going to, each and every one of your associations are going to grow. And then when I say own, till tomorrow, I'm no longer in PAU, but when I see a post NUASA PAU makes on their page, I always smile. I feel like I'm the one making that post. I'm like, wow, see what we are doing. If you just came, you took general secretary, you've graduated, you don't care, it's going to show in the performance of that association. If you don't own it, you cannot give. You can't deliver. You won't put your heart into something that you don't see as your own. So take it as your business that you're doing. You're doing a business. You mean that you have to show up every day. You have to give in your best. That way, the association is going to grow. Each and every one of the associations are going to grow. Then, the last thing is reputation. Ms. Oma Elekoba is the president of NUASA. I mean, that's just the name. But if you don't have integrity, for reputation, before you introduce yourself, your work, your standard, your integrity, they are already speaking for you. That will help you to even communicate better with people that you want to talk to. You're talking to CEOs, you're talking to partners of firms, you're talking to owners of businesses, you're talking to your lecturers, your fellow students. But if they see you as somebody that is very lackadaisical, what you say is not what you do. If I say A, it's not A. I mean, if you say the time is 6 p.m., somebody has to go and check outside. Anything you're going to do, nobody's going to listen to you. So that before you even become an ESCO, make sure that when they even call up your name, before you read up your manifesto, everybody's already clapping. Everybody's already like, oh yes, this person is going to do it. And you're not just doing that to pretend. You're doing that because that is you. And then when you even ascend that position, you're going to keep up. And you're going to live up to that expectation that people already have of you. It's going to help the association grow. And it's going to make your leadership very, very seamless. It's going to be stressful, but at least that burden of you not being able to communicate with people is going to be lesser. So this is why a summit like this is important. So it's not just to hear, oh, I think I like tax. Okay, let me listen to what the tax professionals are going to say, and then I go into it. There are a lot of things that leadership can do for you from school. By the time you expose yourself to communicating with people and coming for events like this, by the time you get into the outside world, it's going to be very easy for you to communicate, because I realize that the truth is, when you leave your university, the 4 walls of your university, you've been boxed. When you go outside, you don't know how to integrate. But imagine if you have started meeting people, communicating with people, not just coming to school, read, go to class, write exam, and then go. It is going to be very easy for you to integrate into the real world. Instead of finding it difficult, you don't know how to talk. When you go and see somebody, you'll be shaking. You don't know how to look them in the eye. Be respectful, be humble. But then, if you've not been doing that, if you've not been exposed to those type of situations and instances, you will not be able to do it. So this summit is important. It's not just an event, it's an opportunity to learn beyond the classroom, to connect beyond your inner circle. There are different people from different schools here, different departments, different backgrounds. You connect with them, you hear their own experiences, and to begin to understand what excellence actually looks like in the real world. From our professionals, you see what they are doing, how they are doing it, the passion in which they are doing it. They spoke about ethics. It's not just finding your way around. Then to my current executives, you inherited something valuable, and this event shows your commitment to your responsibility to maintain it. But it doesn't end there. Your major responsibility is to elevate it. That's why I spoke about training the younger ones. You elevate it, and then to every student here, don't just wait to graduate before you start becoming that professional you want to be. Be intentional, be disciplined, think beyond limitations, and most importantly, position yourself for impact. Because opportunities don't just come to those who are waiting, they come to those who are prepared. So whenever you find yourself after today, in your classrooms, in your careers, in rooms like this, don't just be present, be relevant. Don't just participate. Don't come here and sit down and mark attendance. Add value to each and everyone here can add value to the next person beside them. And then don't just aim for success, stand for excellence. Thank you.
That was really amazing, Miss Omar. I hope the executives in the room picked a thing or two. I know I did. I'd like to also acknowledge our first president of the NUASA PAU chapter, Augustina Chike. Please, can you wave? Next, our third panel session, where the big decisions are made, corporate finance and financial services. This is a personal favorite of mine. Okay, so for our first panelist, I'd like to call on Dr. Eze Aga, Head of Fixed Income Trading and Sales in the Treasury Group, Keystone Bank. Dr. Eze Aga is a distinguished finance professional with over a decade of specialized experience in treasury and fixed income markets. Currently, he is the head of the fixed income trading and sales of Keystone Bank. He oversees high-level treasury operations and sales strategies. He holds a PhD in management, finance from Pan Atlantic University, an MSc in corporate finance from the University of Liverpool, and an MBA from the University of Nigeria. His technical authority is reinforced by advanced certifications in fixed income from the London School of Economics, LSE, and Alternative Investments from Harvard Business School, an associate member of the CIBN and FMDA. Dr. Aga is also a published scholar and serves as the Executive Director of Research and Development at the Christopher Idam Aga Foundation, bridging elite financial practice with community service. Everyone, Dr. Eze Aga. Our second panelist, Mr. Gbolahan Olojede, Group Managing Director, Capital Bancorp PLC. Mr. Gbolahan is a versatile corporate executive with over 33 years of professional experience, including 2 decades in C-suite leadership. As the Group Managing Director of Capital Bancorp PLC, he oversees a comprehensive financial service portfolio encompassing issuing house operations, security trading, asset management, and a CBN licensed finance house. A 1991 graduate of Obafemi Awolowo University and an associate of ICANN since 1997, Mr. Gbolahan also holds an MBA from Stephen F. Austin State University, Texas, where he graduated at the top of his class. His extensive industry footprint spans across investment banking, healthcare, oil and gas, and telecommunication. A dedicated advocate for good governance, he combines deep technical finance expertise with a proven track record in strategic operations and management. Everyone, Mr. Gbolahan Olojede. The third panelist for this session is Mr. Dolapo Ashiru, Managing Director, Bancorp Securities Limited. Mr. Dolapo Ashiru is currently the Managing Director of Bancorp Securities Limited. He is a seasoned stockbroker with over 20 years of exposure and expertise in the Nigerian capital market. Prior to working at Bancorp Securities, Mr. Dolapo developed, progressed, and advanced his career at various stockbroking firms like Security Swaps Limited, Meristem Securities Limited, Cardinal Stone Securities Limited, and so much more. Due to his hard work and commitment to professionalism, he was made the Managing Director of Lead Securities and Investments Limited at Interstate Securities Limited, from where he was appointed as Managing Director of Bancorp Securities Limited. Earlier in his career, Mr. Dolapo worked as Head International Client at Meristem Securities Limited and led Institutional Client at Cardinal Stone Securities Limited as well. He is an authorized dealing clerk of the Nigerian Exchange Group, NGX, and a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, CIS. Mr. Dolapo Ashiru studied accounting at the University of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, and has attended various courses on portfolio management and securities trading, both locally and internationally. Everyone, Mr. Dolapo Ashiru. This session is going to be moderated by 2 of our accounting finalists at Pan Atlantic University, Mr. Okeke Michael and Kenechukwu Ugumadu.
Hello, everyone. So, Mr. Kennedy Hassan was also meant to be a panelist here today, but he couldn't make it, and he informed us late last night. So, Mr. Kunle is here to represent him. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Kunle, everyone? Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
All right, so we're back from the break, so I'm sure we're all well rested. Welcome to the third panel for this session on corporate finance. My name is Frances, and with me is my co-moderator, Michael.
Hi, guys.
All right. Now, the theme for this event is where the big decisions are made, which means that for the next hour, we are going to be talking to you about risks, returns, investments, and the decisions made in Nigeria that move millions and billions of dollars here in Nigeria.
Which is very ironic because neither Kelechi or I have up to ₦1 million in our account yet. But
Michael, speak for yourself, please. So, but in all seriousness, we are incredibly honored to have these 4 amazing panelists here with us to give us their professional experience on finance and to tell us more about how undergraduate students like us can get into the finance industry and excel. So before we begin, me and Michael wanted to do something different. So before the session, we actually talked to all the panelists and we asked them to give us all the fun facts about them. So I'll say it and you guys will tell me whether you believe it or not. So from my left, I'll start with Dr. Eze. Dr. Eze loves snakes. Snakes are his favorite animals, and as a child, he used to keep a snake collection. Right? All right, next, Mr. Bolaon. Mr. Bolaon is actually a trained tailor, and he has a name for himself here in Lagos. So I'm wondering whether he sewed the clothes that he's wearing right now.
So next we have Mr. Dolapo. He's a DJ in his free time and he loves music as much as I do. And lastly, but definitely not least, we have Mr. Kunle. Mr. Kunle is an artist. He loves painting landscape.
All right, so without further ado, let's get into it. So to reduce tension, to make us all calm, we decided to start with a fun question. This is a very calm question. So to Dr. Eze and Mr. Kunle, what is your metric obsession? Like I know for us undergraduate accounting students, we don't really have much money like that. So someone like Michael now, early in the morning, he'll want to check his Meritrade app or his Mambo app to check whether maybe Zenith stocks has gone up or MTN stocks has gone up. But for you as professionals, what is your metric obsession? What is that particular thing that you check early in the morning to see whether it has gone up or if anything has changed, and that particular thing can maybe spoil your day or make it a good day for you? Please, can you tell us?
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you guys won't be scared after this event to check my hands. The snake thing, it's a long time ago, okay? Thank you very much for having me. So what do we do, or what do I do as a corporate finance person? The dashboard I would normally check on an hourly basis, or depending on what activity I'm expecting, for instance, for fixed income securities, if I get to work on Monday, the first thing I will do is to look at what the mark-to-market, what is the closing yields on all the treasury bills and bonds, because I'm going to trade, So I need to have an idea, price discovery. Remember, in your studies, I need to know exactly, where these yields are, so that if I need to give my quote, whether it's bid or offer, I know where to quote. If you're also involved in stockbroking, you also want to look at what the previous day indices are. What were the top performing stocks? What are their prices? What are the possible forecasts? So we do a whole lot of modeling in the dealing room where we operate. We look at macroeconomic variables, what is happening around the world. So in a typical dealing room, you have like 3 sets of television, not to watch Bollywood or Hollywood anyway. So you have one that is tracking what is happening within Nigeria, your local environment. So it's likely going to be on a local TV channel. You have one that is monitoring what's happening around the world. It's going to likely be a foreign TV channel. And the other one is strictly a business channel. And why do you need all this information? You need them because whatever is happening geopolitically has an effect on our markets. And because our market has evolved over time, so you need to constantly know what is happening. If Trump tweets today, in the next 1 hour, you need to analyze this and see how is the market going to react, what's going to happen with the stock market, and are there possibly impacts on the fixed income security market. So we digest a whole lot of information on a minute basis, and that's what we do. And we do a whole lot of forecast and modeling. And that's the only way you can survive in this environment. You need to know, and you must always be ready and available to know. And of course, we do a lot of collaboration. You need to collaborate with some other, unit outside of finance. If it involves some legal issues, you need to consult people in the legal department and say, look, this is what I think about the market. Are there legal impediments to what I can do as a trader or as a finance person? So there's a whole lot of collaboration, we do. And that's the typical day-to-day work of someone that works in the corporate finance setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eze. So he said you should be willing to know and you should be ready to know as well. Mr. Kunle, do you have something to add to that?
Sure. So in addition, I would say definitely you want to look at all the news sites. One of the main sites I actually go to is NGX. So I always look for corporate disclosures. You want to know what companies are doing. You want to know if they've made any announcements because that's how you can actually go about securing mandates in order to, let's say, raise capital for companies. I also go a lot to Nairametrics, Pulse, all the news websites to just make sure that you are in tune with the market. Thank you.
So moving on, thank you very much, Dr. Eze and Mr. Kunle. So from accounting to finance, from our research, a whole lot of you here have accounting backgrounds. How did you make that transition into corporate finance and where you are today? This question is directed to Mr. Bolaon.
Okay. My background is an accountant. I'm a chartered accountant. But I found myself in a space where I got interested in an investment. Now, corporate finance, there are three very important things about corporate finance. Number one is capital structure issues, capital raising, and investment. It is along those three pillars as you start to bring in time value of money and all those other things that play around finance. So once I got interested in investment, that tuned my mind towards certain things that are related to finance. So I wanted to know what is going on in the capital market, what is going on in the real estate market, what is going on in all the market, gold market, cryptocurrency. Well, cryptocurrency is a more recent thing anyway. But that was what disposed me towards finance. And when I got the opportunity to make a dash for it, I did.
Thank you very much for that insight. Over to you, Kenechi.
All right, so let's narrow it down to Nigeria. Let's talk about the this landscape of financial services here in Nigeria. So, to you, Dr. Eze, what is the current state of the financial services landscape in Nigeria, and how do you predict it is going to be in, let's say, 5 to 10 years from now? Then for students, undergraduate students like myself, Michael, and maybe some other people in the audience who might want to dive into the finance industry, what challenges do you think we could face along the way, and what are the opportunities available for us as well?
That's a tough one. Okay, let me start with a very brief summary of what the Nigerian financial system is like. It's growing, it's expanding. If you look at the Q4 GDP figure 2025, the financial services industry contributed about 6.9 trillion to the GDP. And the banking sector alone is responsible for about 90% of that performance. So if you look at the top 10 sectors that contribute to Nigerian GDP, financial services will be ranked around 9th, So that's huge. And what is driving this development we are seeing within the financial system? One of them is the fact that we have an evolving fintech landscape. So if you look at the volume of transactions that our fintechs are doing, especially within the payment system, the payment ecosystem is huge. We are now doing transactions in terms of volume in over a, how do you say after a trillion is what?
Quadrillion. A quadrillion.
Well, over hundreds of billions of naira in transactions. So fintech, and of course, you know that as we speak, we have about 3 fintechs that are, crossed the $1 billion valuation mark, what you call the unicorns, right? So a whole lot of things is happening around that financial space, right? The other thing is the banking consolidation. I know you'd all know that next week, Tuesday, is the deadline that the Central Bank of Nigeria sets for banks to meet the new capital base, right? So capital base was moved from the 25 billion that it used to be for all commercial banks to 500 billion for banks with international authorization, 200 billion for banks with national authorization, and 50 billion for banks with regional authorization. As at last week, the central bank said that over 4.6 trillion naira has entered the banking sector from this recapitalization exercise. That's huge. So we are seeing a whole lot of positive growth within the financial services. But of course, it's not without its challenges. The challenges we see, especially that fintech, which is contributing a whole lot in improvement of the financial services industry. You also try and look out for the report that CBN released sometime last month about fintech, and they highlighted some of the challenges we face, or based on what the fintech say they face. And one of them is there are plethora of regulatory requirements that they need to scale through, and a whole lot is happening. But thankfully, we have the current CBN is also trying to address some of this problem. And one of the things they are proposing to do is what they call regulatory passporting. So, for instance, within the African payment system, we now have the Pan-African payment and settlement system, right? So, within that system, where Nigeria is proposing that, look, if you're a fintech in Nigeria and you need to expand to other African countries, we can give you, and you get our regulatory compliance checklist. In other words, you are licensed to operate in Nigeria. When you go to other country within the African, under the payment system, those African countries are bound to accept you. So you don't need to start all over again to register. So that's one of the ways to solve some of these problems that the fintech industry, face. So how do some of these things affect you and I, or for you that are coming up that want to play in that industry? There are a whole lot of opportunities. I just mentioned one part of it in terms of the challenges, which is some of the regulatory issues we have, but it's been addressed, right? The other thing is that, in terms of how, based on your concluding question as to those that are interested in play that in that field, there's a whole lot of opportunities, especially in fintech. But the fintech there are a lot of aspects of fintech within the Nigerian financial services that have not been deeply explored. Our payment system is the best performing. It's been well invested in, and it's very efficient. But we have problem with our lending ecosystem, things that has to do with lending or credit. So you can play in those roles. Our traditional banking institution also need young and vibrant, intelligent finance and accounting students to play in those roles, because there are a whole lot of things that revolves around decision making with what we currently know about the AI of things, or the Internet of Things. This generation, you are more in tune to solve some of these problems we have, because many of them can be solved easily by technology. So remain positive and look around your environment, think about the solution you can solve within the financial services, and you have platform to execute those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eze. Michael?
I think we should liven things up. I'm seeing a lot of people on their phones, not focusing on this session. So this question is directed to Mr. Dolapo and Mr. Kunle. Personally, I love movies. I'm a movies person. There are a lot of movies that depict corporate finance. My personal favorite is The Wolf of Wall Street. There is The Banker. There is The Investment 1 and 2. So can you talk us through any movie or documentary that you have watched that is hilariously unrealistic, and those that you secretly wish your life was like?
Okay, I'm also a big movie buff, and I've made many decisions based on movies. Okay, one of the movies that really convinced me to become a stockbroker is called Wall Street. It's actually part 2, starring Michael Douglas and Charlie Sheen. There's a part 2 with Michael Douglas and Shia LaBeouf in it. So that was the movie that convinced me to become a stockbroker. A movie that also, I think, typifies what the capital market is about. It's called Other People's Money by a guy called Danny DeVito. Other people's money. Using other people's money to make money for yourself and them also. Other people's money. A movie that I felt that was overhyped and doesn't really, overhyped, that doesn't really portray what it's supposed to portray is Wolf of Wall Street. I felt they went over the top. Yes, it happened, but they went over the top. Yes, things like that happened, but they really put it on steroids in that film. So, yeah. And a more realistic film that explains the perils of how people can make mistakes and bring the whole company down is called Margin Call. Try and watch it, Margin Call. How it basically shows what happened during the 2008 global economic meltdown. How people just use leverage to bring down the entire house. Yeah, thank you.
So this would be a very funny one, but I was also going to go with Wolf of Wall Street. So the reason why I would say that Wolf of Wall Street was a bit ridiculous is because transactions don't usually just happen overnight. So what really happens is you have a lot of discussions, a lot of negotiations. Your transaction documents, you're going to be going through them, you're revising them, you're discussing with management on the best pricing theory or whatever. So I would say definitely Wolf of Wall Street is a bit ridiculous, it's out there. But I wouldn't know which one to say is the best because I don't know. For me, corporate finance is one of the best courses that you can go into. So I actually came into it with an economics background. So the first hurdle I actually had to overcome was to learn how to read financial statements. So from there, I now progressed into economics. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Kunle and Mr. Dolapo. Mike, I hope you have taken notes of those movies.
Taking notes, I've taken notes.
Thank you. So now, to have a successful career, there is no doubt that you need both the knowledge and the skills. And we go to school, we get our bachelor's degree for 4 to 5 years, we get all the knowledge. But let's talk about the skills. Let's talk about the skills that nobody talks about. And I want to center it down to the finance industry. So, Mr. Bola and Mr. Dolapo, you both are the JMD and the MD of Capital Bancorp respectively. So I'm sure you have had first-hand experience on the skills that are necessary to perform well in the financial services sector. Like I know that there are things that deal with capital raising, mergers and acquisition, closing of deals and all sorts. So how important are communication skills like negotiation, persuasion, and trust building? How important are they to acquire in the financial services sector?
In investment banking, or corporate finance, there are certain skills apart from the book skills that you must have. If you bring 5 bankers there and you tell me that there's an investment banker among them, I can pick the investment banker out without knowing which one is which one. If you send me 5 presentations and one of them was prepared by an investment banker, and I can easily pick out the one that came from an investment banker for you without knowing who is who. So investment banking is not just about the knowledge. It's also about the fact that you must have some extra skills that stand you out. Everything you touch must have a mark of excellence. It must stand out among all the others. That is one. Sales skills is very, very important to corporate finance. After you have originated the paper, whatever the paper might be, is it a commercial paper? Are you doing a public offer? Is it a bond? You need people, you need investors to buy those things. So you have prepared your pitch and all the other things. But when you prepare a pitch, you must be able to stand before someone and convince that person that bring 500 million and come and buy this thing. Now, that goes beyond your book knowledge. But your book knowledge helps you to sell. When you have a thorough understanding of what you're selling, and then you are placed before an investor, then you can just kill the matter, as it were. So you must look the part, talk the part, and must be able to sell. Those are part of very core skills that a corporate finance person must have. If I'm going to do a business of 5 billion with you, when I come to you, I don't want you looking crappy, because you're not going to give me the right level of confidence that you can handle my money. So when you see investment bankers, in fact, one of my former bosses in investment bank, I won't mention his name, when he comes in the morning to the office and the table is slanted, he cannot walk past. He must first of all correct that table and ensure that it is straight. I'm not saying you need to be a compulsive, you need to have a compulsive disorder to be an investment banking, but you must be someone who pays attention to details. I'll let Dolapo take the rest of the soft skill.
Yeah, one of the things that helped me in my journey in the investment capital market is my accounting background. Because a major skill you must have to be a good investment banker, a good stockbroker, is that you must be very analytic. Most people that study courses that are built basically on mathematics, like engineering, accounting, and physics and maths, they're the best analysts. I'm sure Muyo and Nick can confirm that very, very well. Another thing also is that I found out that financial statement analysis is very key also. You must understand statements and figures. You must be very, very good with figures to be a very good investment banker. Figures must come naturally to you. So that helped me a lot. But one issue was that I'm extroverted. I didn't like staying in one place. So that's why I just ported from accounting into investment banking. I just couldn't bear to stay in an office from morning to the evening looking at figures all day long. I had to go out. So that I wanted ginger, I wanted adventure. So that's why I left and entered stockbroking and the capital market. So a major part of my job every morning, is that I put on my system and look at our proprietary account, which runs into hundreds of millions of naira. And I start to look and analyze that which stock or which sectors should I become underweight in based on information that comes to me. For example, the NGX, I benchmark my portfolio with what is called the NGX 30, which is the 30 most capitalized stock on the NGX. I benchmark it with that. And I also benchmark the oil and gas stocks with the oil and gas index, consumer stocks with the consumer goods index, and I start to watch them. And I make a decision that which sector or stock should I become underweight in. That means I have to start reducing the weight of that stock in my portfolio. And which ones do I become which ones am I overweight in? I start to balance those things. And which ones should I start to accumulate? So all those indices help me arrive at what I should do with my portfolio. Because financial statement analysis is very key. So for example, for banking stocks now, how do you measure how do you value a bank, for example? The acronym is called CAMEL. You look at capital adequacy, asset quality. Asset quality speaks about the quality of the loan book of the bank. M is for management efficiency. E is for liquidity. E is for earnings, L is for liquidity. So I look at this CAMEL. I look at the capital base, capital adequacy, I look at the asset quality, management efficiency, earnings, and liquidity. So all those things now give birth to different ratios. You understand? Liquidity ratio, capital adequacy ratio, EPS, dividend yield, earnings per share. Based on all those fundamental analysis now, I make decisions about my portfolio. And one other thing about that is good to having qualitative skills is the bedrock to be an investment banker. But you also need to be someone that you are meeting people and building networks should come easy to you. You understand? I'm an extrovert. I like meeting people. So, and I'm also your social network also. You understand? So my net worth is my network. So I try and build relationships. And relationships are built over time and also built on trust. You understand? If a client, if I have an agreement with the client, if I have 10 agreements with the client and I honor all 10 agreements, it now shows a track record. In this industry, you must have a track record. You must have integrity. What's your track record? That will not attract. Yes, you are competent, but you also have social skills, networking skills. That now makes it better when you add those two things together. In rounding up, many years ago, I watched an interview with Shuaib Amadou. He said that to be a footballer, you have two skills. You must be able to kick the ball and hold the ball. So, ability to have qualitative skills, having qualitative skills and good marketing skills, you combine them together, you are that liar.
Wow. Your net worth is your network. My network is a lot, but my net worth is very low, but we'll get to that. So very quickly, I need brief answers from all my panelists. Can you walk us through your career path in finance? How you have gone over the years from associate, maybe in the Big Four, to a manager in the bank, to oil and gas, because I'm very interested in oil and gas, and how you have gone to other sectors. Can you walk us through that? Starting from my right, Mr. Kunle, please.
Okay, so I would say, me, obviously, I have the economics background, so I already understood how the micro and macro policies worked against economies and their companies. So the way that I actually transitioned into corporate finance was that first of all, like I said, I started off with modeling, actually. So I went to go and learn DCF because I wanted to find out how to get companies' implied share price just from looking at their financial statements. So I spent quite a while going through companies' financials that were listed, which is why NGX is one of my best friends. So after that, I now became a project manager. So I did that for about 2 years or 2 or 3 years. And then eventually I moved back to Nigeria. So I was actually in London for, let's say, about 10 years prior to coming back to Nigeria. So when I did come back, I then realized that obviously I always wanted to work in banking. So I started to figure out where I should start going into. So I started studying for my master's in finance and investment. I started looking at chartered courses. And the best thing I can say for students would be that they should actually get like as much hands-on experience as they can. They should, for every decision that is made from a company or whatever, the market, you look at it, you ask, why is that being done? What value are you going to get? And how basically do you derive value for your own company as a person? Thank you.
Okay. After watching Wall Street, I'm praying to get clarity from God. As I entered the stockbroking market, in the first company I worked in, I learned the nuts and bolts of stockbroking. Because then, those were the days where you could only trade at the stock exchange. So my KPI was to take the jobbing book on Okada to stock exchange to give the broker to execute. And come back in 1 hour's time with a new jobbing book for him to execute, because then everything was very, very manual. So I learned the nuts and bolts. The second stockbroking firm, I learned how not to run a stockbroking firm, because it was well capitalized, enough money, and they ran it down in front of me. So I learned how not to run a stockbroking firm. Then the third stockbroking firm I worked for, I learned how to run a top 10 stockbroking firm. And I thank God that I went to the one that taught me how not to run a stockbroking firm before I went to the one that showed me how to run a top 10 stockbroking firm. Because I could see the difference between Gogoro and vodka. It was very, very clear. So, sorry. So one of the things I'm happy about, and I always thank God for, was that in that stockbroking firm that I said taught me how to run a top 10 stockbroking firm, that company launched the first online trading platform in Nigeria. And I was part of that team. Until today, if you're going to mention three online trading apps in Nigeria, you mentioned that one. I was part of that team. And that's a major achievement. At the beginning, we were scared. This is what happened. We felt that we wanted to expand. And we had options, which is we'll start opening branches in different parts of Nigeria. But that is a brick and mortar approach. We felt, someone said, look, that's a very brick and mortar approach. Now, why can't we leverage on technology to do that? So we now leverage on technology, and the world became our oysters. There's a particular time that there was a route in Nigeria. I think they increased fuel. I wanted to run. Then I was one of the stockbrokers that I wanted to go to the office to go and trade, but I could not because there was riot. So later on, I now found a way to get to the office. And I said, my own thought was that nobody would have traded because the stockbroker didn't key in anything. So that means that no transactions today. Immediately I put on my system. Wow. I just started seeing people already bought and sold stocks already. People from outside Nigeria, Lithuania, Ukraine, UK, they were already trading because of that online platform. Now, even without me coming to the office, people are already doing trades already. Not knowing that there was riot all over Nigeria, I was impressed. Yeah, so those are kind of things that I thank God for. And also, in that firm also, that's the first time that a company paid for me to travel all over the world to go and talk about Nigerian market to people. So, for example, every quarter, I will go to Ghana and South Africa, and every 6 months, I'll go to UK and America to talk about the Nigerian market. So that really exposed me and made me what I am today. Then I went to another stockbroking firm again, and those ones, it was basically North America. Then based on those two experiences, those two firms, I was now headhunted to become an MD of a stockbroking firm. Please, I don't want to take your time, but listen very, very carefully. In the first company I worked in, I filled this appraisal form, and the MD said, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? I see myself being a chartered stockbroker, blah, 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 head of department. And I wrote that, where do you see yourself in the next 10 years? I said, in the next 10 years, I see myself as the MD of one of the biggest stockbroking firms in Nigeria. Then my MD then saw it and now called me and said, so Dalapo, you want to take my job, Abi? And we laughed over it. But he took those things seriously and started to groom me. And such that I had not become an MD in 10 years, but after 12 years, I became an MD of a stockbroking firm. After watching Wall Street and praying about it. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm back. I have a fairly convoluted path, but I can share it all the same. I started my career in accounting with a professional services firm. So I was an auditor. We had a session on audit today. And from that, I joined a finance house. In the former days of the finance houses, people will know everybody come inside session, Olo, Olabi, and Forum. Some of you might know those seasons. But all those firms of those years are all gone. They're dead. From finance house, I went into the print media. I was financial accountant for The Guardian. From Guardian, then I came into banking. So as a commercial banking, etc. From commercial banking, I went abroad, did an MBA in the United States, came back into banking, but in a different department. Now, some things happened that changed my career path while in the US. I worked in a department called Institutional Research as a graduate assistant, and we had access to all the institutional information of that university. the highest paid professor in the school was a professor of finance. He had retired, they brought him back, and he was earning more than anybody on the payroll, whether academic or non-academic. And so that got me wondering, what is special about this guy? But by the time I eventually got to meet him, he taught me a couple of my finance classes in graduate school. Fantastic guy. And he was the one who started to interest me with investment. I opened an account with Ameritrade, and I bought my first set of stock all the way back then. So when I got back to Nigeria, I wasn't looking for a core accounting related kind of opportunities anymore. I wanted something in finance. And fortunately for me, UBA Global Market was born. And I was recruited as one of the pioneer staff of UBA Global Market. And that opened me to the investment banking space. With one of the best, Sonny Ayere, I believe I can raise up my hand and say that is one of the best investment bankers on this soil. I said to her. So I'm proud to say I learned from the best. When Bank PHB also now wanted to set up its investment banking, and it was looking for people to take, some of us left UBA Global Market and joined Bank PHB. From Bank PHB, I went into healthcare. From healthcare, I did some telecoms. I went into oil and gas back into advisory and capital market. So today, I'm in capital market as the group managing director of Capital Bancorp PLC. And my short journey with that.
Thank you. I think mine will be the shortest because I don't have the longevity of the career of my fellow panelists, okay? But mine is very simple. I was originally, my decision to play in the financial services was a recent thing, okay? I had studied science throughout my secondary school. I'd written UTME to study electrical engineering as first choice and civil engineering as second choice. In both of those choices of university, I couldn't get admission to study either electrical engineering. I was offered physics instead of electrical engineering. I rejected it. For the civil engineering, I was offered mechanical engineering. I rejected it too. But you have to write the next UTM, right? So the next one, instead of staying idle, I now got a job as an accounting clerk in a local accounting firm that used to be in Jibo, where you now have a Kennedy Lichuk. That building that they bought, there was a local accounting firm then. So I was employed as an accountant, an accounting clerk. And my office was loaded with files. As an accounting clerk, what I did, the assignment I was given was just to arrange different, small businesses, accounting entry that have been scrabbled in pen, some of them in pencil. You may have to struggle to think what the person that was writing was thinking. So if you think it's 5, you might just, okay, it's 5, whereas the person meant 3. So I just entered those entries. But what it did for me was that accounting firm, the owner then joined one of the big 4. And one of the big 4 was auditing Guinness PLC. And Guinness PLC had their annual general meeting at Sheraton Hotel those days. And the guy took me along. And of course, I had to dress like a banker. And I saw the atmosphere. I got to meet people and they would say, I work in this bank, I said, sorry, what did you study? They say, I studied, engineering. I studied biology. I hardly saw someone that said I studied, accounting or banking and finance that was working in a bank there. At that level, of course, the bank provides opportunities to attract all the best talent, and you now begin to specialize when you come in. So, but I met someone who told me, look, if you like this work, why not just go study something that is related to the financial services industry? So I now looked at the next University matriculation exam, and I noticed that All I needed to drop was physics and chemistry and choose any other two. Maths and English is compulsory. So I just, I choose economics and maybe geography. And that's how I choose to study banking and finance. And I've not regretted it. It's the best decision I made. But that does not mean that, for those that are not in that field, there's a whole lot of opportunities now. Because now it's not about competition. This environment, this generation is about collaboration. So you need every discipline is important. But of course, in terms of professionalism, you need to specialize in something. And accounting provides that best opportunity. Finance provides that best opportunity. One of my professors used to say that accounting is the only profession that cannot go extinct. Because even in heaven, they say that you will give account of what you did on earth. So you need an accountant to do that. Thank you very much.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you all for sharing your lovely experiences. That was very insightful. So just before we end, we're going to do something very different. So we want to do a quick fire round, quick fire question. So I'll ask each of you quick fire questions. Just give me one word responses. No need to elaborate, just one word. So from my left, I'll start with you, Dr. Eze. Which person, which figure, dead or alive, would you love to have a lunch with?
Tony Lumelu.
Nice, nice. Okay, Mr. Bolaon, in another life, what country, other than the United States, would you have loved to grow up in? To grow up in, other than the United States.
I know you won't like my answer. It will still be Nigeria.
Okay, interesting. Mr. Dolapo, if you're an athlete, what sports would you have loved to play professionally, full-time?
American football.
All right, Mr. Kunle, thinking back, if you had a chance to go back in time, let's say 20 years, what language would you have loved to learn?
French.
All right, that's wonderful. It was such an honor being able to co-moderate this with Michael and being your co-moderator for this. Thank you very much, Dr. Eze, Mr. Bolaon, Mr. Dolapo, and Mr. Kunle. Thank you for sharing your insights to us. We have learned so much. And I hope to maybe one day work under one of you in the industry. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who was here for this event and participated in this session. I had a lovely time. I hope you all had a lovely time as well. And I'll see you all out there. Thank you so much.
You see why I said it was my personal favorite? That was so interesting. Well done, guys. So for the picture and presentation session, I'd like to call on the head of Department of Finance, a faculty member in person of Dr. Japhet Imhanzinobe, for the presentation of our awards for this session. Chiamaka Mba, please represent Nnamdi here. Dr. Eze Aga, please step forward for your award, please. Mr. Gbolahan Olojede. Mr. Hassan, represented by his proxy here today. And Mr. Dolapo Ashiru. They really love his session. Group picture now, please. Let's come together with the moderators to have a group picture. Before moving on to our fourth and final panel session for today, I'd like to acknowledge one of our key sponsors here, Keystone Bank. Keystone Bank is one of the best financial institutions for empowering students through a signature product called the Evolve product. The Evolve product has tailored services for students, and this Evolve goes beyond a product to a community hub for students. They have a vibrant proposition. One, we have capacity building programs, opportunity for internships, 50% discount of first issuance of debit cards, partnerships to empower students, scholarships, freebies and incentives, empowerment of small business owners on campus, and an opportunity to become a Keystone ambassador outside the auditorium. So if you're interested, please do well to open an account with them outside and communicate with the personnel outside this hall. Thank you. My co-host would be taking the fourth panel sessions profile. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Are we tired? Are we tired? Oh, sorry. Don't worry, soon. So, we are now about to call on the last panel session, the fourth one. The topic would be challenging traditional career paths, strategic leadership. So, as per usual, as I call on the panelists, please clap your hands. Now, the first panelist would be Mr. Chukwuma Osega, who is the Area Director of West Africa and Angola, Emerson. Okay. Oluwaseyi is a distinguished industrial automation and business development leader with nearly a decade of experience across Africa's oil and gas, power, mining, and petrochemical sectors. Currently serving as the strategic planning manager for Africa at Emerson, he's responsible for shaping regional growth strategies and aligning commercial priorities across diverse continental markets. His professional trajectory began at Egbin Power PLC and evolved through high-impact leadership roles at Emerson, where he previously managed multi-million-dollar sales portfolios across West Africa. Wow. A recipient of the Emerson Middle East and Africa Achievement Award, Oluwase is recognized for his expertise in cross-functional team leadership and talent development. He holds a mechanical engineering degree from the University of Southampton and is currently an MBA candidate at Imperial College London. Ladies and gentlemen, yes. Actually, I made a mistake. So Mr. Chukuma is represented by Mr. Oluwase Adegbite. So please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you so much. We are so happy to have you. Thank you. On to the second panelist, we have Mr. Sam Chidoka, who is the MD CEO of Ancoria Advisory Services Limited. He is a veteran investment banker. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you. So all the panelists I would be calling on, please, as I call on your name, please make your way to the stage. Sam is a veteran investment banker with over 20 years of experience in debt and equity capital markets, M&A, and financial advisory. Currently the group managing director at Ancoria Capital Group, he has led high-profile transactions, raising over $1.5 billion for premier institutions and government entities, including Union Bank, Dangote Flour, and several Nigerian state governments. His distinguished career includes leadership roles at NAL Bank, now Sterling Bank, UBA Capital, Don Lauren Merrifield, and Planet Capital. Sam holds an MBA in finance from the University of Lagos and is an alumnus of the Lagos Business School, CEP, and the IESE Business School, Spain, AMP, combining deep local market expertise with global management perspectives. A round of applause, please. On to the third panelist, Dr. Muyiwa Oni. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way to the stage. He is the Regional Head of Equity Research, West Africa for Standard Bank Group. In his Head of Research capacity, he sets direction and drives the client franchise development of the analyst team. The clients for the West African equity research business are primarily made up of offshore frontier markets institutional investors and domestic institutional investors. Muyiwa has over 19 years experience in sell-side equity research, covering equity strategy and the West African financials. He has previously covered the building materials and oil and gas sectors. Prior to that, he worked in IBTC Asset Management Limited as a buy-side analyst, supporting the portfolio managers. He also has experience in the oil and gas, petrochemicals, and food sectors. He's a top-rated analyst by Financial Mail. He holds a BTech in chemical engineering and an MSc in financial management from the University of Surrey and PhD in finance from the Pan-Atlantic University. Ladies and gentlemen, can we agree we have powerhouses in the house? If we agree, can you put your hands together for them? I need you to cheer for them. Thank you. Now, this panel is going to be anchored by two ACA qualified final year students of Pan-Atlantic University in accounting, Ayomikun Owokwe and Jennifer Nwachuku. Please welcome them to the stage. Thank you. And now the panel session may begin.
Good day, everyone. We want to start by thanking our dear panelists for granting us their time to hold this panel session. This is the final panel session for this day. However, it is going to be the most interesting one as we have three different powerful strategic leaders here with us.
That's very right, Ayomikun. This strategic leadership panel is a high-level discussion designed to explore how organizations navigate complexity, inspire teams, and maintain a competitive edge among different industries, and it's with the theme challenging traditional career paths. Seeing as all our panelists here have important strategic positions in their respective organizations, we would like to direct this first question to all three of you. Starting with you, Dr. Muiwa, can you tell us what the relevance of accounting is in strategic planning in your organization?
Thank you for having me and thank you for the invitation. I suppose for accounting is actually quite a critical role in an institution. So if you engage with companies, particularly listed companies, you find that most of the time the face of the business is the chief financial officer. And typically most times, if he doesn't have an accounting background, will still be comfortable with numbers and reading and preparing the financials of the institution. So in terms of accounting, it's quite critical for not just looking at historic performance, but also planning as well. So you'd want to see how the business has fared in the past, areas where you expect progress and improvement, and based on that, set targets for different parts of the business. So it's actually quite critical for planning and trying to navigate difficult scenarios. So if you think about what's happening currently with the war with Iran and the US, for most businesses, you would want to have scenarios of how to deal with such challenges. And so in the beginning of the year, most times you have base case scenarios and optimistic scenarios as well. And most of the time, why you do that is because you really don't know the future, and you want to try to plan as much uncertainty to your forecasting or your preparation for the future as much as possible. So it's quite a critical, I'll say, discipline for businesses in general.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sam, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you and thanks for having me. I think that in terms of numbers or in terms of accounts in your strategic planning, I will call them 5 and 6, right? If you are going to be strategic, what value is your strategy if it doesn't produce bottom line? Of what value is your strategy if it doesn't align with the numbers? You know, I'm sure many of us would have heard of capitalism. And capitalism just talks about making the best buck that you can. There are other school of thoughts. Now we talk about not just capitalism, we talk about the greater good. So you're not just in business to make money. Capitalism says you're in business to make money. And then the concept of greater good now says, apart from making money, you have to contribute to society. But I always say that if you don't make money, you can't contribute nothing. It's if you have money that you can contribute to society, whether it is through CSR or any other way. And for you to track whether you're making money, you need to go back to your accounts, to your numbers. So in terms of planning your strategy, it is very important that you get the numbers right. If you have a strategic document that doesn't tie into your numbers in terms of your revenue and finally to your bottom line, then of what use is that strategy? So I would say that there is an interlink between strategy and accounting that cannot be separated. It's a marriage made in heaven, no divorce.
That was very insightful, sir. Mr. Shea, what's your view on this?
Okay, firstly, thank you so much for having me here. It's a great privilege. I'm going to avoid echoing the same things my fellow panelists have said, and I'll speak more from the lens of making strategic decisions, right? A big part of strategic planning, after you set your budget and your objectives at the beginning of the year, is figuring out how you're going to achieve that, right? So let's look at, let's say, making short-term decisions now. I'm running a factory. By the way, I work for an engineering manufacturer, so I'm going to be using more non-conventional examples to buttress my point. So let's say you want to make a short-term decision. You have a plant running. You want to figure out how to maximize your plant capacity, right? There are certain decisions that may not necessarily affect your fixed cost, right? But may affect your variable cost because you're running a plant. Or you want to hire more people, which may bring in overhead costs. So understanding these very basic principles of accounting we will guide you in making those decisions, because you need to take into account how those decisions are going to affect your bottom line, as my fellow panelists have said. Then when you start to look at more long-term decisions, like let's say Emerson wants to set up a factory beside Lagos Business School, right? That is it's going to require a big investment, and will probably take a couple of years to establish and before you start seeing profit, right? So key accounting principles like DCF, right? Because $1 today is not the same as $1 next week. So you need to understand how your total cash inflows and outflows look like today, and then decide, is it really worth our time to do this, or can we do something else with this money, right? So all these accounting principles really come into play with decision making when it comes to strategic planning as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sheyi. This question is still directed to you. Okay. So before I go into the question, I hope you all listen to what the three of our panelists said, because they've just explained to us why accounting is going to be relevant today, in the past, and also in the future. So be proud of your degree. You guys should clap now. Okay, so back to the question. Mr. Sheyi, in class, we analyze costs a month late based on what accounting lecturers like Dr. Japheth teaches us. So at Emerson, you see data in real time. How can the next generation use live factory floor data to stop a loss while it's happening?
Okay, that's a very interesting question, right? Because like you said, most budgeting or most analysis is typically done at the end of the year, at the beginning of a new year, right? But what's most important is to remain flexible within the year, right? And that's where real-time monitoring of data comes in. So let's say you're managing a plant manager at a factory and you have a strong finance team. Typically in companies like Emerson, right, we track different cost bases at periodic timeline. So it could be weekly, it could be daily, it could be monthly, for different metrics. That's the first step. The second step is ensuring that all stakeholders are also involved in this tracking at that same period, right? And then the use of intelligence tools as well. The world is well advanced. There are a lot of AI and ERP systems that are used to make these really cool dashboards and get data immediately as people are reporting it, right? So typically, the most important thing is have a good system in place to say, okay, every week we're going to track these metrics. Every quarter we track this metric, and then remain flexible enough and have enough contingency plans to adjust as the need arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheyi. So to our students in the crowd, you can see that in practice, rather than analyzing costs a month late, we can do monthly basis, daily basis, hourly basis. So you can, based on your strategy. So thank you, Mr. Sheyi, for this contribution. Jennifer, you had a question to ask Mr. Sam, right?
Yes, sir, I do. So, as we all know, due to the high pressure in Nigerian business today, the right decision isn't always the easy one. What's that one leadership trait that is not found in textbooks that has kept you ethical and still successful at the top level? We're very interested to know that.
Okay, if I got you right, you're asking what is that thing that helps leadership in taking decisions?
Yes.
And I think this room is basically accounting students, yeah?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, sir.
I was asking those sitting there because some of them are accounting students. Okay. So let me say to you that I'll try and be practical with you, because several years ago, I sat in a hall like this, and some of the things I'm hoping that you will hear from us, we didn't have the opportunity of people telling us some of these things. And that's what I'm hoping to achieve here today. And not to be academic. Your lecturers will do a better job than me in academics. But I have 25 years work experience, and I can help speak to you from that. Many of you are going to graduate and become accountants. You're going to write ICANN, ACCA. You're going to become accountants. But I can tell you for free that your work as an accountant, AI can replace you as an accountant. It will pass the entries. In fact, the AI will be 100% correct every time. You as a human being, you will make mistake. But there is something that can put you over and above what AI can do and what other people can do. It's your capacity and your ability to be strategic and to show the human essence of leadership. You can hire an accountant. You can also hire somebody who does accounting but is strategic. I would always hire the person who is strategic. I will hire the person who can take the numbers and make sense of it. You can train to be an accountant, or you can train to become a CFO. We know what a CFO is? What is it? A chief financial officer is not necessarily an accountant. A chief financial officer is one who uses numbers to take decisions and advises management on how to take decisions. An accountant just gives you the numbers. So if you're in this room, you're planning that tomorrow you will give management numbers. You are dispensable because anybody can give numbers. But if you plan that tomorrow you get the numbers, you make sense out of the numbers, and you advise management, this is where we are losing money. This is where we can make money. This is our red ocean. This is our blue ocean. This is where I think market is going to go tomorrow. If you're that type of person, your CEO will keep you close and would always want you in the room. And you are the one in the room that provides data and provides insight to going forward. I know many of you did maths in school. I did a bit of maths. Do you remember those equations that when they finish, they ask you to find X? Hello? They say find X. See, I left school in 1999. I've not found X. X is not missing. They're not teaching you to find X. They're teaching you to think. That's why they give you that equation. X never got lost. The next generation, they're still going to ask them to find X. But what they're teaching you is to think. If you learn to think, when you come out of here, you will be a valuable asset. If you learn to find X, I don't know. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so much, sir. So basically, you're saying it's not just enough to just say, oh, you have a BSc in accounting and just cram to pass your exam. You should actually be forward-looking. You should be strategic, and that will actually make you have a good impact in your organization and a good strategic position. Thank you, sir.
And before we go to the next question, I'm sure that to all in the room, if anybody is going to give you that kind of advice, it would be the group managing director of Ankoria Capital Limited. He's going to keep his staff near if they can think strategically and they don't bother finding X. So, thank you. What an insightful session it has been so far. Before we continue, can we give a round of applause to all our panelists here for giving us this time? So, Dr. Muiwa, this question is for you. As the regional head of equity research, over the years, our accounting courses have repeatedly taught us to analyze ratios like return on equity and price earning ratios from past reports. However, things are not always as it seems. So we were wondering, when you value a company, what is the hidden factor in the numbers that reveal a true market leader?
That's a very interesting question, and I think it's critical because most times the past does not necessarily reflect the future. And so whilst valuing a company, because there are also different methods of valuing a company, you could value by comparing with peers. You could also value a business as well by just looking intrinsically, trying to look at what the potential cash flow looks like. Yes. So looking at what the potential cash flow looks like, and then now valuing that cash flow based on the outlook. And so most of the time, you still need historic data to have a sense of how the business have fared in the past. And when you now want to make projections or have a view of the outlook, one, you'd look at So there are different sources of information. You will always still need to engage with management, because there's a point I always make to my colleagues as analysts that you never really know the business more than the person managing the business. And so it does help to engage with management, try to get a sense of how the business is and what the key drivers of those business is. And then if you get a sense of what the key drivers are, so if you look at a bank as an example, for a bank, the key component or how a bank makes money is by taking deposits and lending it out. You're either lending it out to government by buying government treasury bills or buying bonds, or you are lending it to individuals or to companies. So either way, you're taking money from someone that has excess and then lending it out. And so you would want to have a sense of how quickly can this bank lend out this money, how quickly can they grow the loan book. And then if you think they are good with identifying the right individuals or businesses to lend to, you get a sense that whatever the funds that they end up lending out, they would end up with those funds back with additional interest. And so they would make money from that. However, there are banks that haven't been able to do that right, and to end up lending to the either wrong sets of people or lending to wrong sectors as well. So being able to get a sense of the sectors that will perform well, if they're lending to these sectors, helps you to get a sense of how well this business will perform going forward. And then if they're able to grow quite well as well, all that fits into your DCF, for example. If you're valuing a bank, your dividend cash flow, so how much the bank is able to give back with dividend, or the capital position of the bank, that's when you're using a price-to-book valuation method. So most of the time, you would always start from the historic data and then move on to trying to get a sense of where the management wants to move the business to. And then you also understand the business environment as well. So how is this business positioned relative to peers? And do they have that competitive advantage that will set them apart? And then other factors like government policy, what the central bank is doing, if it's a bank, all those feeds into how you value a business.
That's a very good answer. So what I understood from what Dr. Muyiwa just said is basically broken down into two. That you have to understand the technicals of the business that you are trying to analyze, at the same time understand the fundamentals. So where the business wants to grow to, what the management is thinking about, what strategy are they deploying. Am I right? Yeah,
perfect.
You. So hope you guys get that. Thank you.
So, as we all know, Mr. Sam is the Group Managing Director of Ancoria Capital Group. So they're involved in asset management and corporate advisory services. I'm not trying to give an advertisement, but we can see how this makes him a forward-looking leader. So, Mr. Sam, can you share an example of a successful strategic pivot that largely involved you making a decision related to accounting?
Okay, so I will, and please, the advert is allowed. It's okay. I would use Ancoria Capital Group as an example. So we had 3 different companies. One is investment banking, one is asset management, and one is securities trading. And these 3 different companies were standalone, all licensed by the SEC and doing their various businesses. But when we started looking at the cost implication, we found out that there was duplicity of roles. So for instance, this company had a HR manager, this one had a HR manager, that one had a HR manager. This one had a CFO, company secretary, just like that, admin all over the place. And we thought about it that since all these companies basically operate in the same market with the same regulator, we could bring them together and streamline these activities and reduce cost. So by the time we looked at cost to income ratio for each of the companies and looked at their average versus coming together and looked at a situation where you have a group holdco and shared services as standalone, it was clear from the numbers that it was the strategic way to go. So what did we do? We formed a holding company called Ancoria Capital Group and brought in the 3 companies as subsidiaries and took all the shared services and put in the holding company. And then we had a situation where instead of having 3 CFOs, you have 1 CFO. Instead of having 3 heads of HR, you have 1. 3 heads of operations, you have 1. By doing that, you reduce cost. Instead of 3 offices, we all moved into 1 office. Rent went down. Cost overhead, staff overhead went down. Instead of having each company with various pool cars, we reduced the number of cars, right? Because now we are together. Sales team, instead of having one company had 3 people in sales, another one had like 6, another one had 12 people in sales. So when the company that has 3 people in sales go out to go and pitch, they say, I have 3 salespeople that can help you sell your product. But now we have a sales team that is together. That same company goes out today and say, I have 16 people in my sales team. You're more likely to give them business. So that's where you have used accounting as a foundation to take a strategic decision to reduce cost, increase efficiency, and increase return to the shareholders of the business. Because don't get it twisted, at the end of the day, it is what you return to the owners of the business that counts. You can speak all the English. If the bottom line is not smiling, you may not have a job.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
What a lovely way of streamlining costs and reducing the duplicity of roles. Ayomiku, any other questions?
So this question is to Mr. Sheyi. As a strategic planner yourself, what is the single most important trait as an aspiring accountant leader needs to possess to transition from staff to strategic executive roles?
Okay, so I would say, to me, it will have to be creativity. I know that sounds a bit off because accounting sounds like just bookkeeping and something very technical, right? But as my panelists rightfully said, the most important thing is generating economic value, right? And there are 2 main ways to do that. Either you manage your costs to be more competitive than the market, or you increase your willingness to pay, like what Apple is doing, right? We all buy or go for Apple phones, even though there are probably cheaper manufacturers that offer the same thing. But they've been able to kind of convince us that their product is worth the extra money. Now, to me, right, as a strategic planner, I work a lot with the top executives of the companies. And what I've noticed is they're able to take this very, very technical concept and not keep themselves in a box when it comes to finding solutions or figuring out the how to achieve their objectives. Right, so it's that creativity that executives have to generate economic value, right, is, I would say, it's probably the most important trait to me.
Thank you.
Sorry, if you don't mind, and I agree 100% with him, but I just want to tell you 2 things that can help you transition. Accountants have a way of thinking that you are back office and you just think of yourself in one cubicle punching the numbers. No more. There are 2 things I'll tell you to add to what he has said. Number 1, ownership. Number 2, sales. Wherever you find yourself, take ownership. Don't think about yourself working for people. Because at the end of the day, if you don't learn how to take ownership when you're working for someone, when you own your own business, you will never know how to take ownership. So the first thing I'll say to you is ownership. Yes, you're an accountant. Yes, you are a CFO. But take ownership of the business. Number 2, sales. In leadership, you must sell. No matter how you think you want to run away from it. Back office people like to run away from sales. You say, I'm not a salesperson. When you become executive director, when you become MD CEO, you must be selling. The MD of Apple must make sure that the iPhone sell. The dean of Lagos Business School must make sure that students come here, sales. The MD of Nigerian Breweries must make sure that people drink, sales. The MD of any company that you can think of, you must sell. So from when you start your career, don't run away from selling. Don't run away from interacting with people. Don't run away from networking. Don't run away from knowing the product, knowing who is buying your product, and your capacity to convince them to buy. If you take ownership and you learn to sell, at every point in time when there's a leadership opportunity, they will look for you.
What a perfect answer, sir. Dr. Muiwa, would love to hear your perspective on this as well.
So I think beyond sales ownership, I think one understanding that, as students, you need to be open-minded and always be willing to learn because things would always change. And the reality is that as you grow in your career, that won't change. It actually gets way more complex. So understanding that you need to keep an open mind, because when you keep an open mind, then you're open to suggestions, open to doing things differently. And so even when AI tries to take your job, you can always evolve and get new skills to stay on top of things. So I think being open-minded, understanding that learning never stops. Learning ends when your brain stops working. And so if you have that as at the back of your mind, I think it will always make you stand out as well.
So in summary, what our three strategic leaders just said, Mr. Sheyi said creativity is most important. Mr. Sam said ownership and sales. And Dr. Muiwa said open mind, keep an open mind. Thank you so much, sir.
So now, we've reached the second part of our panel session, where we would want to go into the crowd with our ushers to get questions from everyone or anyone in the crowd. So this is your opportunity. If you have, bring yourself out there. Come out of the back office. Come to the strategic table. See them here. Talk to them. Ushers, please come and get the mic.
You don't know when you ever get this kind of opportunity again, so it's best to take advantage of this opportunity and ask any questions you feel like asking.
Okay, they want me to work today. So which of you have a question? I would like to see your hands. Questions?
Giovanni? Giovanni has one.
Can you raise your hand up? Okay, I can see you. You guys should give him a round of applause. He's taking the first step. So just introduce yourself and ask your question.
My name is My name is Abanom Giovanni. I'm a 400 level accounting student at Panatlantic University. Okay, the question I have is in regards to AI and machine learning. So we're in the digital world, and there's been lots of concerns in regards to AI, and so many people have been saying that it will replace the accounting profession, it will do this, it will do that. What I want to ask you now is, what should accountants do? What should they learn after graduating? Like, what should they do? What skills should they learn in regards to this matter now? I would stop or hinder AI from replacing us as we are going into that field, as we are coming out now.
So basically, trying to say, what should accountants learn so AI doesn't take over our jobs?
Yes.
Maybe I'll try to take a stab at it, but I think it's a very important question, and I suppose when I'm not an accountant, so I'm not sure I'm the best to answer that, but I guess not just with accounting, because there's the view that AI will take a lot of, should I say, even thinking jobs as well. So as analysts, as an equity analyst, for example, there are already tools that pretty much does the role of a junior analyst. So you don't necessarily need someone to put together numbers or even build a model for you. you can get AI to do it. Claude will do that for you. But the difference is, as an analyst, you still need to sell. So to Chuka's point, as an analyst, you're pretty much a sales guy, but you build your ideas yourself. And so beyond just creating your ideas and identifying investment opportunities, you now need to convince that investor or make your sales speech and convince the investor to make that decision. And I'm not sure if we're at that point where AI can do that for us right now. So with accounting, for example, AI can be that junior accountant, but you still don't have a situation whereby AI can be a partner yet. So I think that point of still just being strategic, understanding that you always have to figure out a way of thinking outside the box, trying to be ahead, and not just be part of the pack would still be critical. So I'm not sure if I should tell you to dump Dr. Japheth's classes right now and start looking for something else to do. But I think if you understand that with technology, you always have to figure out a way of doing things differently and understand that that will be a way of life. I think that would help to set you apart. Not sure if anyone has anything else to add.
Well, maybe I should just add that I'm sure some of you have heard of McKinsey. I read a report this morning that McKinsey has 40,000 human staff and 25,000 AI agents. So if that is all worldwide, all the people, contract, full staff and everything, 40,000. So if there were no AI agents, they would have had 65,000 human, or maybe even more, because AI perhaps is replacing people in droves, not one-to-one, right? I think someone, I can't remember who said it, that the illiterate of the 21st century is one who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Truth of the matter is that there are opportunities for you to continue to broaden your mind. As he said, he used the popular thing of thinking outside the box. I think there is no box. You have to come to the point where you know that there is no box. AI can do bookkeeping, but you see, AI cannot network. You still need human interaction. So you've got to position yourself as a person who has flesh and blood and able to do what a machine cannot do. Don't be the typical our generation accountant. Accountants are known to be shrewd people. Accountants are known to be miserly. They say an accountant uses the ruler to measure yam in the house to know who has taken from it. Don't be that kind of an accountant. Be a strategic accountant. Think. Be the one that even comes up with how AI can help you do your job better. Once you are creative, like he mentioned, once you know that there is no box, like he mentioned, and once you have the capacity to network, your generation, you have something that our generation didn't have. When we were growing up, we were what's the word? We were put in a cocoon, we were sealed up. You can't look an elder in the eye. You can't talk to elders. Gen Z, you people don't send. You just talk to anybody how you... And you see, some people call it disrespect. I call it a fantastic trait to have. Use it for good. Don't use it for wrong. That you can talk to anybody doesn't mean you should talk anyhow. But that you can talk to anybody means that you can network, you can grow your ability to be in the room and be a voice that is heard. I don't know when we'll get to the place where AI will be able to replace that. So till then, you'll be effective.
Okay, thank you. On to the next question.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this session. That's really been enlightful. My name is Adedayo. I'm a 400 level student of accounting in the University of Lagos. And I have two questions. So, question one, a lot of emphasis was made on you must learn how to sell. And to be honest, growing up, choosing accounting, one of the reasons why I chose accounting was because I'll be at the back end. Like, nobody's going to see me. But hearing this now, I'm like, okay, I need to push myself out there. But it's not something that I want to do. Even learning, because I also learned graphic design at some point. But the fact that I don't really like selling, so I've not really pushed it out like that. So I'm like, okay, how can a person like me now learn and cultivate that habit of selling? And my next question, I think I would streamline it more because it relates more to like management, accounting, and factory and all of that. So there are, they've taught us a lot of things in management accounting, like activity-based costing, what's it called, CP analysis, and all of those things. So I want to ask that those metrics, are they actually relevant in the real world? Because most times they mention in manufacturing, but it also applies to other services too. And then there is this new contemporary, there's an English for it, but basically a contemporary issue about strategic management accounting, which I'm very interested in. So that's why I'm asking that, okay, do those metrics actually count in the real world? Or are they just theory based? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very, very good question. Maybe I start from the second one, right? If those metrics really count in the real world. Yes, they do. So the company I work for example, right, we manufacture a whole lot of things. But then how do we know what pricing to set for each one? So apart from the general market analysis, competitor analysis, you need to make sure that whatever you're selling, right, has the total cost of production ingrained in it. Or else what's the point, right? So definitely activity-based costing is utilized. Things like your financial ratios, for example, inventory turnover. I want to structure a deal, for example, with a client, right? When do they pay me? Do they need to pay me before I pay my sub-suppliers? Or vice versa, right? If they don't pay me, can I afford to still run my business without that money? So I think when I was in school, my teachers didn't do a good job of making accounting seem interesting. But as I started to get into work and grow my career, I noticed that without accounting, you don't have business, right? And then on your first point, I've actually worked in sales. I worked in sales for almost 5 years. I started my career in the field as an engineer because it's easier to talk to machines than to talk to people. And so I basically went into sales because I just wanted to learn about the business landscape in Nigeria. But personally, I'm quite introverted and I wasn't really sure how well I would do. So my advice for you is that don't think of it as something that you need to change who you are fundamentally to do, right? You need to basically just put yourself out there, give it a shot, bring your personality into it, be genuine, and again, be creative, and you'll be surprised that, you would be able to adapt to sales.
Maybe a quick word, sorry sir, a quick word on sales because I've spoken about sales. The first thing I'll say to you is be intentional. You have to be intentional about it. You have to make a decision that you rightly said you're not that sort of a person. Now, I'm telling you that I started my career in banking and I entered banking from entry level, 001. By the grace of God, today I'm Group MD of 3 companies. Over that trajectory, right? One of the things I can tell you for free, the higher you go, the more the need to sell. Fact of life. It doesn't matter what it might be. You might be selling something else. Or you might not be selling iPhones. You might not be selling microphones. You might not be selling tangibles. It might be intangibles. It might be your idea. You might end up in PwC, Deloitte, and when you get to a senior level, you must sell the fact that your product or your service, people have to buy it. But I can tell you for free, the higher you go, the more you will need to sell. So start now. So now that you are in 400 level, my recommendation to you is to do something to cure you of being that person who wants to be behind, right? Just think about something that your classmates need. Go and buy it. You may not need the money. Come in front of your class and convince them to buy it off you, even if it's at the same price. I used to be a very shy person. People find it difficult to believe when I talk now. I used to be a very shy person. I couldn't stand in front of people. In 1997, I contested for Student Union President of University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. And when I was filling the form, I didn't know what I was doing. After I filled the form and submitted, they now say we have to come and do oration. I said, what's that? They said we have to come and talk to people. That's when I knew I had entered Wahala. But it put me in front of people, let me speak to students, and you know students can be wonderful. I don't know about school now, but back then, heckling could be something. But when I went through that election period and all of that, it broke something in me and gave me the capacity. That and also church, speaking in church. So wherever you find yourself, whether it's in the mosque, in the classroom, in your social club, in your hostel, don't run away from responsibility. Rather, seek for responsibilities that makes you speak, that makes you try and sell something. If you don't know what to sell, see me after, I'll tell you what to sell.
I'll see you after too.
Yeah, I think I just want to add 2 more points. And maybe, I think what's important, so beyond Sam's point of selling ideas and so on, the reality is that to progress in your career, you also need to sell yourself. So you really need to be in that position that you can make high conviction arguments that will make you stand out compared to peers. So it's really not just about selling to external, but internal as well. You have to justify why you should be in a role or why you should get a different role. So I think having that mindset of maybe, so I guess if you feel selling might sound like something you're scared of, but if you see it as you being very convicted about something, or there's an idea you really like, or there's something you want to share, if there's something you really are passionate about, you'll always be very happy to share with your friends or people you come across. So if you bring it from that angle, and I think that's why it also helps to be in a career that you are already, you're either passionate about, or be in an industry that you are passionate about as well. Because if you are aligned, then it's easy to sell. Because there are some ideas that people will bring close to me. I'll make it clear that I can't connect, and so there's really no how. If I'm not convinced, it's difficult for me to convince others as well. So I think if you start with convincing yourself, it becomes far more secondary and easier to either share that idea or sell anything you want to.
To contribute to what the MD Chidok has said, in respect of whether AI is going to take the job of accounting students. And I've been studying this topic even during my time as a researcher in the PhD program. And just recently, I have also been following up on research in those areas. So please take note of this. There's a report, World Economic Forum report 2025. It's titled The Futures of Jobs. You can Google it. It's available free of charge. Okay? It's a very comprehensive report, that was produced, with real data across the countries of the world, developing, emerging market, developed market. And what that report said was that, look, between 2025 and 2030, AI is going to create 170 new jobs. 170 million new jobs. But AI is also going to displace some jobs. They didn't say it's going to so displace it doesn't mean that those jobs will cease to exist. It will replace the kind of work you do, right? And he said 92 million jobs by 2030, 92 million jobs will be displaced by AI. So if you look at it, there's a net of 78 million new jobs. So you see why it looks as if AI is going to take your job, it's actually creating more jobs net, if you look at it. 170 million new jobs from AI by 2030. It will displace about 92 million jobs. The net of it's about 78 million, right? So it creates more jobs. Now, the listed jobs that will be affected, that will be displaced, and one of those jobs is accounting clerk. You know, what accounting clerk does is mainly to gather data and give it to a senior person to analyze the data. So AI, you don't need accounting clerk to do that. The analyst himself will do that. The process of even gathering the data is different. An accounting clerk will need to download files of financial statement of a company. If you want to analyze Dangote Cement for the past 20 years, you have to go on Dangote website, go and download all their report for 20 years, and start typing the word into Excel. No, with AI, you don't need that. Just ask a simple question. Do you want to calculate their tax over a period? What is their profit? What's their growth rate? Just one question, one button, AI will produce that result for you. So does it mean to displace you as an accounting professional? No. It only displaces you if you remain at that accounting clerk mentality, because you need to be able to interpret whatever the AI gives you, and that's where you come in as a professional. With your accounting knowledge, AI would interpret the result, give it to you. What decision as an accounting professional will you take from that data? How do you interpret it? What is the strategy that you are going to give to management to better the company, to achieve the aim of the company? And that's what the MD was talking about. So you have to be strategic. So accounting, don't be scared, right? You still have a good job, but don't stay like those people who do accounting clerk and just gathering data. Okay? So AI is the future. Embrace it. It's good for you. If you look at that report again, it mentions several areas where those jobs will be displaced, and you can see a whole lot of them. Apart from accounting, clerk, there are other jobs. But one thing is certain about that report. All the jobs that will be displaced by AI are jobs that are manual and tedious. You don't need all that. Do you understand? In your calculation and everything, you need a calculator, a pen to manually do if a stock price moved by 15 naira, 70 kobo, and you buy 200,000 units, what is the price? You start calculating. No, you don't need all that. AI will just give you the answer. So when AI gives you the answer, what do you do with the answer? So that is where you need to develop yourself as an accounting professional. And no AI will take your job. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your lovely questions and lovely answers, sir. So we're about concluding this final panel session of the day.
Sadly, there will be no more questions for today.
So, looking at the answers given by our panelists today, we can see how accounting moves from a back office function to a seat at the strategic planning table. And looking at the lovely answers from our panelists and from Mr. Eze, we can see how that can help us in the future as well. Thank you once again, Dr. Muiwa, Mr. Sam, Mr. Shea. This has been a lovely panel session. Thank you.
So now we are going to be having the presentation of awards, and they are going to be presented to the panel by Professor Uchenna, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Pan Atlantic University.
Well, I wasn't supposed to say a few words, but let me say something. Let me start by thanking our panelists for inspiring us. In fact, when you were saying that you need to sell and you need to take ownership, I was really, because that's what I said in my class to senior executives just some days ago. So thank you for echoing that. And what you said about creativity, what you said about learning, relearning, all those things are very important. And to those of us here, well, you should count yourself privileged that you have senior industry experts in the room telling you, as they were saying, I'm not sure when they were students, they had the same opportunity that you have now. So I think we have every reason to be grateful. But I must say I'm especially impressed about this conference. You guys have done very well. I didn't know this was the first time you were having this conference. Am I correct? This is the very first edition. Kudos to you. And the moderators, I was telling Shola, I was telling the dean that I like the conversational style that you used to deliver this. So it seems you will end up in CNN or something sooner or later. So thank you. So I guess it's to present the gifts or the awards. Thank you.
A round of applause for him. Okay, so as I call, you can come forth to take your pictures and receive your awards. So Dr. Muiwa Oni. Mr. Chukuma, represented by Mr. Oluwaseyi. Mr. Sam. Can we have the group photographs, please? Yes, sorry. A round of applause for them. Thank you.
Once again, thank you to our panelists. That was a very engaging session. We will now be transitioning into a special session, one that shifts this conversation to guidance. So it's a mentorship talk by none other than the barrister, Dr. Rita George Oko, principal partner at Riago Legal. A round of applause, please. Permit me to read her profile before she walks up the stage, please. Dr. Rita George Oko is a distinguished legal practitioner and the principal partner at Riago Legal. She has over 15 years of experience in law and corporate governance. She holds a directorship in reputable entities, including 100 Energy Limited and Stetson Projects and Construction Limited. An expert in dispute resolution, she serves as a mediator with the Lagos Multi-Door Courthouse, LMDC. She is an arbitrator with the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators, NICARB. A recipient of an honorary doctorate in leadership and conflict management, Dr. George Oko is a prominent figure in the MBA Lagos branch, where she serves as a treasurer of the mentoring committee. Beyond her legal practice, she is a dedicated philanthropist and a co-founder of an NGO focused on empowering women, youth through mentorship. Her career is defined by a commitment to professional growth, legacy building, and high-impact leadership. Everyone, Barrister Dr. Rita George Oko.
Thank you very much. I know we are already behind time. I'm here to digress from your accounting and academic terminologies. I'm here to open your eyes to the real world. So welcome to this. I'm going to keep it short. But before I even go on, where's that guy that asked the question just now? I like people who are curious and have courage. That guy at that end. So you're not following me. Pay attention, please. Francis, I would like for you to give him a gift from me to you. And that's because when it was time to ask questions, he took that first step. Look, the currency of today is audacity. Put yourself, yes? I want him, yes. Where's Ayo? Ask Ayo for the gift. I want him to have a gift. And there's another guy from Unilag, the great Akokites. By the way, I finished from Unilag. So, once again, I'm here to take you on a journey on mentorship and guidance. I want to ask you, how many of you here? So I'm going to be gisting with you like we're friends, right? Let's leave the teaching for your lecturers. We're going to be communicating. How many of you here are very unsure of what the future holds? Be very sincere with me. Look, almost everybody is vulnerable around me because I try to keep it real. How many of you here feel very unsure of the future? Forget everything that has been told to you today. You're still very unsure. Thank you for trusting me with your sincerity. That's why I'm here, especially for the final year students. Mentorship. What is mentorship? We have people in the accounting field who they say, I have been there, I have done that. Is the slide up? Please put the slide so that they can follow me. I want to rush through it. I've been there, I've done that. Mentorship is a relationship where an experienced professional, who I call the mentor, guides and supports a less experienced individual, the mentee. Mentorship is like your GPS. It shows you how to navigate. It tells you, you just say, this is where I want to go, and your GPS takes you. That is what mentorship does to you, for you. And like one of the panelists said, it's a great opportunity for you to have people who have walked the path that you are aspiring to walk come to you and tell you, hey, this is how I was able to navigate. These are the mistakes I made so that you don't make those mistakes. So why mentorship? Because most of us here, we're on the fast track. This is the fast track generation. And because we're on the fast track, we don't believe, yes, we believe that experience is the best teacher, right? How many of you here believe experience is the best teacher? Do you believe that experience is the best teacher? Are you unsure? Come see, come sa. Okay. Even if experience is the best teacher, must you be the one to personally experience it? No. That's why if I walk and fall, you already see that, oh, why did she fall? because there's a ditch, right? So you are better guided. Did you experience it? Thank you. Did you receive any lesson? That's where we are going. So who says I should be the one to experience it before I learn from it? That being said, how do I find a mentor? You see platforms like this? Please, a round of applause for the organizers of this program. They just invested in your future. How do I find a mentor? Take on internship. Attend career programs organized by your school. Put yourself out there. Use your social media. Use LinkedIn. Check for those things that interest you in your line of career, your career path. Look at models, people who you want to be like. They are up now. And you would now narrow your search to people who actually you feel they have made a strong and groundbreaking impact in the career that you have chosen. Make yourself mentorable. Look at yourself and ask yourself, if I were to be a mentor, would I like to mentor me? What are the things you put out on social media about yourself? Are there things that 5 years' time from now you would be proud of? In this day and age when we don't think things through before we do them, I want you to be that difference because you are thinking of tomorrow. Package yourself so that even when a mentor sees you, they will not be able to resist you. You must have something to bring to the table. I'm sorry, I am rushing through these slides. I might not even be following because I'm trying to consider timing. I don't like to bore people. Checklist before approaching a mentor. I think I've breezed through it. What's your intention? Mentorship is a relationship. It's not a one-off transaction. It's a relationship where you and your mentor you communicate. He or she guides you. You have feedback, progress reports. So it's not a transaction that you just say, you know what, I want you to be my mentor. Just approach. I want you to be my mentor. These are the things I want. I want to be able to get a good job. It's a relationship that must be nurtured. So the beginning is to make yourself attractive. Have some value yourself because you must bring something to the table. So mentorship is not a relationship. It is a relationship and not a request. Mentorship saves you from expensive mistakes. Mentorship opens doors you cannot open by yourself. So let's go to the do's and don'ts of mentorship. I think it's the second to the last slide. Who's controlling it? So I remember a friend of mine was mentoring a young man, and he told me, he said, Rita, I am tired of my mentee. And I asked him why. He said every week, he would send me, Happy New Month, sir. Happy New Month, sir. And that was annoying. He found it annoying. Ordinarily, there are people that would say, oh, he's very intentional. He's following up with me. But you study your mentor and know the things that they like and the things they don't. Mentorship does not give you, a mentor-mentee relationship does not give you access to their private lives. You leave that out of it. So it's to the extent where the mentor allows you. That being said, up until this point, is there anybody that wants clarity on this journey of mentorship? Up until this point. Do you have any questions? If you don't, I will ask you. You don't. Is there anybody here that can tell me the difference between a role model and a mentor? Greatest acolyte. Please, let's give him the microphone. Let's be quick. I don't want to take your time. Are you enjoying this? It's very important to me. Can you use your head voice while we're waiting for the... Can you stand up, please, so that we see you? Okay, hold it.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon. All right. So I believe a role model is someone that one admires from afar. But a mentor is a closer relationship where the mentor is holding the mentee by the hand and guiding him through. I believe that's the difference between the two. Thank you. Thank you.
Please. I think you're being stingy with this, with the applauds. He did a great job. Mentorship, there's a relationship. Feedback, there's communication. But you see, you can have a role model that does not even know you. Mentorship is personal. Your role model might not know you forever till he exits this life. And you practically breathe you practically eat his words and watch he or she. You have a question? Okay, great. Can we quickly pass him the microphone? So that's a huge difference between having a role model and having a mentor.
Good day. My name is Okonkwo Chibike from Augusta University. I have a question. My question is like this. In the case where, okay, I'm studying accounting now, but I have a passion for another course, like law now. In the case that I get two different mentors, I don't know, yes, a mentor is meant to help you guide you in your profession, but having too many, doesn't it, I don't know, it becomes a limiting factor rather than an enhancing factor. That's what I feel.
Having too many?
Like, yes, having
on the same career path or for different reasons?
Even if on the same career path or even different career path, like, I don't know if you're understanding what I'm trying to say. Sorry.
If I'm to rehash what you said, it would mean having different mentors on the same subject matter.
Not really, no. Like in the case where you have like different.
Breathe.
Okay, sorry.
They are human beings. We're all human beings here, so relax. Okay, that's why I said I am your friend.
In the case where you have different career path or choices that you want to go into, and you have different mentors, I don't know. I feel that instead of being an enhancing factor, they become a limiting factor towards your different career paths. Or is it that one person is only allowed to have one mentor? I don't know.
So when you need a mentor, it means that there are some things you're not clear about, right? And you need somebody to hold your hand. So how many people do you want to hold your hand at the same time? You want to be a community project. So on the same subject matter, right? The only time where I would advise, personally speaking, I would advise for you to approach more than one mentor is because it's okay to get a no. Some mentors will turn you down. When you approach a mentor and I said package yourself. Have in your head like 10 seconds introduction of who you are and the value you bring when you approach a mentor. For example, the panelist that was sitting here on white, now you have known him. I would use my Akokite brother as an example. You asked a question, you have registered your face. When you are in a stage, when you are in a place like this, where you have people that you look up to in your chosen career, sell yourself. Ask a question. Stand up, take that microphone, ask a question. You might just be getting a mentor free of charge on a platter of gold because he's already drawn to you for having the courage, for having the audacity, and that's the currency for today. Visibility. That's why accountants now that you prefer to be back end. Somebody's telling you, sell yourself, come outside. There's no room for shyness in the world of today. I tell my children that. So if you need help, I'm trying to answer you. If you need, though I'm struggling with your question, I don't have clarity. But if you need help with something and you need a mentor, it shows you are scattered if you are dragging this mentor and dragging this mentor and dragging. And you know, most of them, they are the high flyers in the industry, and they know each other. Mentors give you access to their circle of influence, depending on how far the mentor-mentee relationship goes. You're holding on to one mentor, you're holding on to another. But when a mentor turns you down and you move to another mentor, yes. But when you have a mentor that you want to mirror, you want to learn from, why not focus? I don't know if you can share the slides with them. I was not able to go through it. But if you want the slides, it has simplified this whole process of mentorship and the importance of mentorship and how to navigate, how to engage your mentors, and how not to cross boundaries with the mentors. Is there another question before I go on? Okay, one more.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Olasubo Swanyomide, a final year student of accounting in the University of Lagos. So I was trying to ask this question the other time, but I was unable to, so I think you'll still be able to answer. I'm in my final year and I'm at a stage where I'm confused. I like when you asked at first because I'm like, okay, this is me. What do I do? Like, uni is like, I have less than 6 months to go. What am I doing? So I just want to ask, I know you are not an accountant and you might not be able to like point me into the direction which you think I should be going. But what did you do?
Good. I am here so that you will not do what I did. I did not have a mentor. And I made a lot of mistakes. I grew up by myself, finding my way, and I don't want you to do the same. So I am going to charge all of you. The fire I am dropping in you today, I want you to make sure it keeps burning. Keeps burning. Keep fueling the fire. You will have a committee amongst yourselves, your different schools. Call it the mentorship committee. Use the umbrella of your institution to approach big players in your industry. Use Google. Google will give you what? Information. Let me say mentorship again. When you get information from Google, mentorship gives you direction. Use your social media to get the big players in your industry. Approach them as a committee of, for example, Pan Atlantic University. Approach the big accountants out there. Tell them that you want to match them with mentees. Have mentees who signify different areas of accounting. Finance, audits, I don't know how, I'm a lawyer by profession, but I'm a life coach. I like to tell people about life because the real life starts outside your school. Everything you've learned, theoretical, you're going to put them into practice. And at the same time, I am very big on character because your qualification can take you anywhere. But who you are, the way you conduct yourself is what maintains you and makes you even grow and thrive wherever you find yourself. It makes you different. I made a comment to the beautiful woman beside me when I was sitting down, and I said, even amongst the Gen Zs, there's a difference. We know the Gen Zs for being audacious. We know them for most of them they are delusional. We know. But there are some Gen Zs that are different. And when we see that positive difference, we clock it, we lock it, and we want to be with them. I want you to be that difference. Are you clocking it? Correct. So, first step, have a committee in your various schools. Call it the mentorship committee. Get your representatives on that. Have people from your classes register to be mentees. Get the different areas of their interest in accounting. Look for the big players. Approach them under your school umbrella. They would listen to you. Write them respectfully and do your matching. Match mentees to mentors. While you are in school, if you're in year 1 here, congratulations. Whenever you're on holiday, they match you to a mentor you can intern. By the time you're coming out, you have an edge. Mentorship is a ladder. You get into rooms that you are not even deserving of because your mentor is holding your hand and exposing you to industry truths that you need experience. Who wants to go? Who wants to suffer all that their parents have suffered? No. We want it easier. If they have made the mistakes and they've learned from it, why should I do the same? Oh, are you leaving me? All right. So that's it. Any other question, please? Can I ask you? Oh, you want to ask a question? Okay. I have a question for you.
Good afternoon, Ma. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hadibayo Eniola, a final year student of the University of Lagos. I own a business, in case you don't know. It'll be 5 years next month by God's grace. Okay, so here's my question. Yeah, you can clap to that. It's not easy to run a business. Yeah, so here's my question. You differentiated between a role model and a mentor. So people said, oh, Tony Elumelu is my mentor, but it's far away from you. So how do we draw the line? Because you said a mentor gives you guidance, they are close to you. It's a relationship, but how do we draw the line between someone that you see the person as a mentor or role model, but they're not close to you to give you that guidance? Thank you.
How do you do what?
Like, where do we draw the line? Can you call that person your mentor also?
I already told you. For somebody to be your mentor, he needs to personally guide you. If that guidance is not there, and you're just living this person's life, from what you can see about the person, he's a role model. So that being said, who can tell me here, I want somebody to give me the big 4 in the accounting industry? Who do we refer to as the big 4? She raised her hand first. Please stand up, introduce yourself. Let's see you.
Hi, my name is Mensa Tolulope. I'm an accountant. I'm not a student. Okay, so after now I have a question. But the big 4 accounting firms are KPMG, Deloitte, Ernst & Young, and PwC.
Please clap for her. So for all those who had the guts to handle the microphone this afternoon, please help me hand them gifts, please. So we come bearing gifts. Thank you very much, everyone. Before I leave, let me read you something from me to you. Okay. Walk into the world knowing that your degree will open doors, but mentorship will teach you how to stay and own the room. Don't let pride make you difficult to teach. Ask questions, learn fast, and stay sharp. Build your name with integrity. I'm very big on it. Who you are is a big deal. Because long after your GPA is forgotten, your reputation will still be speaking for you. And when you rise, of which I believe you will, don't become unreachable. Don't ghost the next generation. Be the mentor you also once needed. Make the money, yes, but more importantly, become the kind of professional money respects. And please, double check your spreadsheets, balance your accounts, and your life. Knowledge is what you have received here today from all the panelists, right? Knowledge. But application of this knowledge to your personal life is wisdom. Let the fire, I repeat, let the fire that has been put in you today, let it burn. Keep fueling it. Because if you stop fueling it, it will burn out. And that's not what you want, right? God bless you. Thank you.
Hello. Wasn't that beautiful? Can we give her a round of applause again, please? this brings us to a close. That is the last event on the agenda. But before that, we would like to present the award to our mentor speaker who just spoke right now. Dr. Rita, please, presentation of awards, please. I'd like to call on Dr. Jafet Imhan Zenobe to please present the awards to Dr. Rita this morning. And he would also be giving the vote of thanks and closing remarks for today's event. Thank you. Thank you again, Barrister. Yes, I'm closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Maybe I don't need this. Ladies and gentlemen, are you happy? Have we tried? I think we have gotten value for our efforts. Please, if you have, give a round of applause to yourselves. Now, I know that we have taken a lot of your time, and I know that lunch is served outside, so I'm going to be brief. As with every occasion, we have to be grateful, right? And everything you see here is a result of the efforts of people. And so we have to give regards to these people. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to deliver the vote of thanks. So first of all, I want to thank Almighty God, for without him, none of this would be possible. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank my NUASA ESCOs in a very special way, because really all this is them. These guys have worked tirelessly. In fact, I wouldn't mind them coming up on stage right now. Please, all my ESCOs, come forward. I see you, I see you. Let me give you a bit of a hint. Now, this event, we started planning this event sometime in April last year, right? It started off as something else, and then we had to brainstorm, and then we thought about what value we can really provide for accounting students and the accounting profession as a whole. And, well, that bore into what you have in front of you. So like many other speakers have said, this is the first of its kind. It's the first NUASA Accounting Summit. So NUASA Accounting Summit, NUASA PAU Chapter Accounting Summit 2026 is the first one, and we hope to have more and more of this every year. If you want to be here again next year, please say yes. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please help me give a very round of applause to these guys you have in front of you. There are more of them, but they are busy making sure that you guys have a wonderful experience. Some of them are outside, some of them are basically making your experience the best. So please, they are representing everyone who helped to make this event a success. So a round of applause to them again. All right, so I would want to thank again the previous ESCOs, because as you can see, we are not, we sit on the shoulder of giants, right? Some of them have come to grace us with their presence. One of them is telling me hi from there, right? Okay, so the previous ESCOs of NUASA PAU chapter, we thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them. Next, I want to thank our sponsors, because as they say, everything
Better soup, na money kill 'em. Abi? So I want to thank all our sponsors, in particular, in no particular order, but in particular, Cedric Masters, the Christopher Idam E. Aga CIA Foundation, ICANN, Mazars, Keystone Bank, Deloitte, Riago Legal, Cowrie Wise, and of course the School of Management and Social Sciences, where this accounting program of Pan Atlantic University is domiciled, and also the Lagos Business School, the Business School of Pan Atlantic University, for providing us with the venue, the facilities, and everything that you have to make your experience top-notch. Please, a round of applause to all our sponsors. Also, I want to thank the keynote speakers, the Dean of the School of Management and Social Sciences. She's not here, she's gone. Professor Oluwashola Oni. I also want to thank the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics for gracing us with his presence and anchoring the presentation of the awards. So Professor Uchenna Uzo, he also is not here. Please, a round of applause for him. Also, I want to thank our panelists. They have made our day, right? They have given us a lot of knowledge, a lot to think about, a lot to ponder, and a lot to affect our future decisions. So let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Now, specific persons that I want to thank. I want to thank Mrs. Anne Osezua and the Student Affairs team for their cooperation and correspondence in making this activity a success. Specifically, I want to thank Mr. James Otema. He's not here, but he has played a key role in handling correspondence and making sure that this event turned out perfect. Mrs. Nkiru Ukachuku, who also helped us with correspondence and basically booking the venue and what have you. Dr. Frederick Ikbesu, the HOD of Accounting Department, who was also here, graced us with his presence and helped us in the delivering of the awards. Professor Olusegun Vincent, who was one of the panelists and also a donor to this event. Chief Dr. Oye Akinsulire, the second Deputy Vice President of ICANN, who also helped us with donations and souvenirs. He's unavoidably absent, but I also thank him specially. Mr. Alex Ererobi, he's not here. He's the Executive Assistant to the Dean of the Lagos Business School. He also was quite instrumental in helping us in terms of correspondence and securing the venue for this event. Mrs. Chineze, Mr. Olamide, Mr. Favor. Mr. Olamide and Mr. Favor are in charge of the sound, right? They are the ones that made sure that our audiovisual system was top-notch, along with other members of the committee. Please, we thank you very much. Professor Oluyombo, also for his donation as well as his contribution to making this event successful. Dr. Okuyokpala, who is also joining us remotely via YouTube. There's a YouTube live session. And then finally, I want to thank every one of you, especially recognizing the different universities here, because it's not easy. Many of you have come from a far distance, through or through. So I want to recognize all the universities represented here. University of Lagos, please, as I call your university, clap for yourselves. That you stayed till the end. Last men and women standing. Thank you very much. Augustine University. Covenant University. Babcock University. Babcock. They have gone. Crawford University. Maranatha University. They are not here. Okay, so Redeemers University. Crescent University. Chairmen and women. Okay. Macpherson University. They are not here. Lasu Tech University. Trinity University. Anchor University, Bells University. Okay, they are joining us via YouTube. And finally, Pan-Atlantic University. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. And my final words are just that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you guys so much for coming. We have finally come to the conclusion of the summit. My name is Diekwa Folayo, and with me is
Funke Tayo.
And we are signing off as your host for this year's edition. We really hope you had a good time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Don't forget to get your food, your lunch packs and souvenirs at the auditorium. And also, for those of you interested in what Keystone Bank has to offer, there are scholarship programs, internship programs, small business support programs. Please don't forget to miss them. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thank you.